2.
We ready?
And yeah, we're about 2 minutes out. There we are. What's up, everybody? Appreciate you for being with us. Saw Donnie in here, the dope ones. You know he ain't been to bed yet. What's up, Tyler? Lazy. What's up, man? Manny, what's happening? Filthy McNasty. Warren, I see you. Dr. David. Ooh, I think everyone's gonna say Aces versus Liberty, but we'll see. We'll see.
Hello, everyone.
The super team era in the WNBA has begun.
You need me here on Monday too?
I think so. Probably. I think for safe bet we should say yeah. I'll just tell Casey to take it off if you're available.
Yeah. Is
No, but that's tremendous.
That's what I assume.
Oh, that's tremendous. That's great.
That's funny.
Oh, come on, man. What's going on here? It's the worst setup in history. I hate the person who was like, yeah, let's design the studio this way. Let's design it exactly like a 1980s radio station instead of, something equipped with cameras and lights and all that stuff. I don't know what this is in reference to, extra white chocolate, but I'm going to need you to elaborate because you sparked my curiosity. Happy Friday, everybody. Lead you into the weekend. There's a holiday coming up pretty soon. A week from tomorrow, right? I mean, not a week from tomorrow, a week from Monday.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Happy Friday, loved ones. We welcome you in here to the May 19th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's James Ham. What's up, Hammer?
Hi, guys.
Appreciate you so much for being with us and just for fun.
Acknowledge me.
There you go. KC's out today. He'll be joining us sometime next week, probably early next week. Casey will be back with us. Hammer's going to be hanging out here with us. Plenty to talk about today. Kyle Madson going to join us coming up in the 2 o'clock hour as he does most Fridays. We'll talk about game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals, which is going to be on tonight. And we've got Hammer for 4 hours, which means we got Kings talk, baby. That's all ahead. Hammer, we got to start with Jamal Murray. Jamal Murray scored 23 points in the fourth quarter last night. For context, the Los Angeles Lakers scored 24. They had that game, they being the Los Angeles Lakers, had that game in full control. And then they didn't. And then the Nuggets had it in full control. And then they didn't. This has been a weird 2 games for these 2 teams. But one thing, now, yesterday's game looked a lot closer to what I expect in the series than game 1. That 132, 126 or whatever it was. That was a lot of points for these 2 teams. I didn't think they would carry that throughout the season, throughout the series. I thought what we saw yesterday was a lot closer to what we'd see. I was just really surprised how we got there because Jamal Murray was struggling, and then he just lit that place on fire.
Yeah, he went full De'Aaron Fox.
It's real talk. He did.
He's
fourth quarter
really,
Jamal.
I like what he, his comments after the game about, he thinks that people have kind of forgotten about him, whether it's the injuries or whatever, and he doesn't feel like he gets the respect that he deserves. I'm not sure that I'm on board 100% just because he had like one really good run and then got injured and then basically his career's taken a step back. But you're seeing that's a really, really good team.
Yeah.
You have to defend all 5 players, and then somebody's got to double team Jokic somehow. And so it's just really, really tough. And again, you want to look at a team that compares that the Kings can model themselves after. This is a team that they should be watching and looking at the pieces that they have and how can they fit some of these pieces like what Denver has into their system. And Murray's thriving, but he's thriving because they have the player who's the best player in the world right now.
And for sure. And I understand Jamal's frustration. But I think the biggest thing with Jamal Murray is he had been inconsistent. Like, he had that moment in the bubble for sure. But as you just said, he got injured, and then it became kind of like him battling back. And what does it look like? And I think a lot of people leading into this playoff season thought, Denver could be incredible. But we all know how good Jokic is. But at some point in a series, you're going to be able to make things really difficult for Nikola Jokic. If Jamal Murray can be that guy from 2020, man, this is potentially a whole different team. Jamal Murray is that guy from 2020 and then some right now. And last night was probably the greatest indication of not only that guy is back, but that guy might even be better because, again, he had shot poorly in 3 quarters. And then the fourth quarter got there, and you could see him. I think he played, if not the entire second half, most of the second half. The camera caught him after a couple of those made threes, and he's mouth open, trying desperately to grab some oxygen. And this is the same guy who I don't know how much it was talked about yesterday, but certainly the game 1 and game 6 of the Phoenix Sun series was playing with a ear infection that he said was really, really painful. He was a legitimate game time decision in both of those games, wound up playing both of them without any practice in between.
Yeah. I mean, this is what this time of year means, though. You've got to be ready. You've got to be ready to play. He played 21 minutes in the second half. He scored 27 points in the second half. Just a like spectacular performance, especially with, the Lakers really focusing on slowing Jokic. Jokic has 7 points, 7 assists, 9 rebounds in the second half. But the real star is Murray. And, I think, again, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the week. The shot making, what you're seeing, like the difficulty level, it just keeps getting more and more intense as we get further into the playoffs. And if you're, again, like I think the Nuggets have done an incredible job of just hitting one big shot after another. And they're stepping up to the table. They're showing that, they're a seasoned playoff team. They've been together for a few years. They know how to get each other to the right spots and how to get open, but also they're finding guys in rhythm and hitting huge shots. And it's really tough to beat a team when they just keep hitting these backbreakers on you. Yeah. And, we saw it in that 3-pointer at the end of the third quarter in game 1 with Jokic bearing the 3 over Anthony Davis. Those things just rip your soul out. We saw it even if you go back to the Kings series against Golden State. It was those offensive rebounds that there are certain things in the game that just really like take the wind out of your sails. And it feels like Denver is the team who has the most players ready to step up and hit those shots at this moment, especially in the Western Conference. Like whatever happens in the finals, like we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I just couldn't be more impressed with what we're seeing from them. They're gritty.
It feels like right now, this second, and again, the finals are still a little bit away, but right now, this second of the 4 teams, it feels like the Denver Nuggets are the best of the 4 teams.
I agree. And I'm surprised because I've looked at Boston as a team that's well above anyone in the Western Conference, but we look past Denver. And even when the Kings played Denver, I don't think the Kings played Denver. I think the Kings played Denver really tough. Yeah. And Denver didn't look like what they look like now. So, the few glimpses of them that we got this season, you really didn't get to see that they were like something spectacular. But what we're seeing now is just the adjustments and everything else. It's amazing. And I love Michael Malone. Like he was here in Sacramento. He was just a breath of fresh air when he was here. But all of his comments, I couldn't agree more. I think he's captured like these first 2 games so well. And I love that he doesn't mind saying what's on his mind and just.
Oh, he definitely doesn't. He is perpetually cranky. There's no doubt about that. But he's very protective of his basketball team, and he's very, very protective of his superstar. We'll dive more into that a little bit later. I think one other thing that in kind of we'll mention what Michael Malone said, where he was talking about all of the narratives were about the Los Angeles Lakers after Game 1, and that may be true if you're watching, Stephen A. Smith and First Take. That's probably very true. And Michael Malone, I strongly advise you to stop doing that. But we said this after the first one. It was the toughest part about that for the Los Angeles Lakers, because everyone was talking about, oh, the Lakers came back. The Lakers came back. The toughest part of that for the Lakers was, I think most of us knew Anthony Davis wasn't going to do that again. And if he was, he probably wasn't going to do it in Game 2, and he probably wasn't going to do it 3 or 4 more times.
Yeah.
He's good for another 40 and 10. I absolutely believe that. He's not good for 4 of them. And
isn't that the curse?
You needed it. It's not 40 and 10 that's a monster, right? But you just mentioned the best player in the world right now. He had, what was it? He had a monster stat line on Game 1. He had 23, 17, and 12.
Is that crazy?
And that is with, everyone talked about adjustments, Rui Hachimura, Jared Vanderbilt was in the starting lineup. You try to make all of these adjustments. The adjustment was LeBron James had to guard him a lot.
Yeah.
He still had 23, 17, and 12. And the only thing that did do was probably knock LeBron down a peg on the offensive end.
Yep.
LeBron fumbling the dunk, missing the layup. He missed a couple of layups. LeBron couldn't hit a 3 to save his entire family's life right now. And I stall him out because he was trying to guard Nikola Jokic in a lot of that.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's the trick to this playoffs. You're looking at younger teams versus older veteran teams. And we saw the Kings were outlasted by a veteran team in the first round, but they took the wind out of their sails. Then we see the Lakers really have to fight to get through the second round. Now we're looking at an older team going up against a team with young legs and really struggling. I mean, they're struggling to maintain for a full 48. And it's hard to blame a guy like LeBron James. I mean, he's been doing this for so many years. And if you look at the amount of miles on his body, just NBA miles, Team USA miles, all of the finals runs that he's been a part of.
Yeah.
Like, that's a lot of basketball he's put on his body. And we're finally seeing it like age 38. It might be catching up to him, but I never put it past him.
He had 22, 9, and 10 last night.
Yeah.
Just for the record, like, for the second straight game, for the second straight game, he's a stat away from a triple-double. And this is our version of LeBron James slowing down.
Yes, but look at the shooting numbers. Look at the efficiency.
Now, the shooting numbers are tough.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. The 0 of 6 from 3. And, the problem that he has is that he really realistically has an unreliable superstar next to him.
Wow.
I mean, Jamal Murray stepping up to the table for Jokic and being that second guy. Anthony Davis does it one game. The next game, he's not nearly as impactful.
And in some sense, it's like, okay, if Anthony Davis can't do it, like that's fine. D'Angelo Russell's good for something somewhere. But 2
games,
he
though?
No, he is. He is. But 2 games into the series, he's not. And it feels like they just if Jamal's doing that, they don't have enough scoring. The Lakers just don't have enough scoring.
Yeah, I mean, no one scored in double figures in the fourth quarter for the Lakers. And I mean, you don't have to have a double figure score, but the fact that you're just getting so little from some of these players.
Well, again, they scored 24. Jamal Murray scored 23. Like, that's a problem.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's a problem. You got to have someone to answer the call. And sometimes I think they get thirsty. And this is where I will criticize LeBron a little bit. I said this in Game 1. I thought he took an ill-advised 3 with 50 seconds left. And I think the same thing happened here. Is he's the king. He's the all-time leading scorer. I think the stat is he's 1 of 20 from 3. in his and he's missed his last night. He missed 19 straight. Like, that's tough. Like, he hasn't hit a 3 in this series against Denver.
Well, that, and part of the reason why is because, you know, you go to what we're watching from the Nuggets. Like, everything it's a draw and kick system. Basically, everything is centered around Jokic finding guys on the perimeter who are moving around. There isn't a lot of self creation. There isn't a lot of, you know, it's a West Coast system. We're not looking at you know, this slow it down, create for yourself, off the dribble, you know, East Coast basketball that LeBron still plays. And the problem that you have is, as you get older, as you get deeper into the playoffs, as you get deeper into the season, this is, you know, your legs start to wear on you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're just catching and shooting, that's one thing. But when you're being asked to create the whole time, and they've got a stack of good defenders in Denver, like, but LeBron's having to work for his you know,
Everything.
For everything.
Yeah, he's having to work for everything.
And he just doesn't have the legs to do it at this point. So maybe he has a bounce back game. Maybe he finds some way to recoup and recover, and he looks like a different player in game 3. But like, we're talking about travel, we're talking about everything else that goes into the playoffs. Like, it's boom, 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 boom. You don't have time to have another bad game or two, or you're done.
Yeah. James Ham in for Kenny Caraway today. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, with 17 different restaurants and bars to choose from. Sky River Casino has something for everyone, for casual quick bites in the market at Sky River to fine dining at SR Prime. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours on ESPN 1320, on the Odyssey app, on Twitch and YouTube as well. We're back with more. You know, I was watching some Lakers last night who are going to hit the market this offseason. And James, I've got some questions for you as we bring this back to the Sacramento Kings when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. This studio picks up every noise.
Oh, was I making some noise?
No, that was somebody dropped something out there and you could hear it. You could hear it. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, right. Then that's what that was? It sounded like you hit on the glass.
Yeah, no, that's what it was. You can hear stuff hit the ground. I don't know why. It's like when people walk by.
The speaker in there is on in here. Like, it's capturing audio from.
Oh, it might be. Yeah.
Yeah. Like my
Adam,
minivan
go
ahead.
I was just going to tell Adam, don't worry about Bonte, man. Those Warrior fans are not doing well right now. They're having a tough time. They know it's over. They know they might be stuck with Draymond for 3 more years. They know they might be paying $500 million for their basketball team. Adam, don't worry, nothing. Just let Bonte vent. That's what we were talking about yesterday with Kevin John. Just let the brother talk. He's got to talk it out, man. It's okay. Don't worry about that. He's making himself feel better, and the little fan base there feel better. But they know they hurting.
The lights were messing with my eyes early in the show, but I'm better now.
We could turn them down if you want.
No, I'm better now. Something was hitting a weird glare and causing my eyes to go funky. Water.
I thought you were holding in a sneeze, honestly.
No, it was the lights. Like, something was making my eyes water. Oh, I was going to say, my minivan has a feature where I can hit a button and it plays, like, the conversation we're having in the front plays through the speakers in the back.
Okay.
So someone in the third row can be part of the conversation. They can hear what you're saying.
Oh, I got you.
And so I'm wondering if there isn't a pipeline, because every time someone walks by, you hear it in here.
So loud.
And that shouldn't be the case, but it could be that there's a speaker system in there that's part of this room that's getting picked up. Especially like when I heard him drop his phone. That was nuts. It literally was like he was pounding on the glass. Yeah.
You get used to all the little weird sounds you pick up here in our Odyssey studio.
Yeah.
We don't have these problems at our home studio.
John Pole's I have a minivan. And I have a bad back, and I drive the minivan all the time because it's way more comfortable. It's a really nice minivan.
Soccer mom. Soccer ham.
I was a soccer
dad. Well, you were a
time.
soccer dad.
Yeah. I coached for a long time. My son now is an assistant coach on the high school team.
Nevada Union. What's his high school? What's your guys'
Bear
high
River.
school out there? Bear River.
Yeah. No, I don't have a white Honda Odyssey.
SD Hydro, you look like you're having a bad day, man. You just texting some weird stuff. I love that someone has created an actual NBA script and put it on Twitter, and it's like the NBA script leaked. You guys take that phrase way too seriously.
Yeah.
LeBron James to score 37 points. Okay, guys.
Yeah, I wasn't too happy. They're scripted to beat the Celtics in 7.
They're scripted to beat the Celtics in 7. That's right. Which means they would win in Boston. Okay, guys.
Yes, John Poles, I have a Toyota Sienna. We're going to do an EV soon, though.
Oh, yeah.
Just trying to decide what we're going to do.
There you go.
Making some decisions.
There you go. James Hammond for Kenny Caraway today. Phone lines open for you, 916-909-1320. Kyle Madson coming up in the 2 o'clock hour as the Denver Nuggets take a 2-0 lead against the Los Angeles Lakers. James, I couldn't help but watch that game last night with the Kings in mind a little bit. And one player I think I like a little more than Kenny, and I think you've shared a couple of thoughts on him. Was a guy who I feel like has been pretty consistent through the first 2 games of the season. First 2 games of the series. He's been a little up and down since becoming a Los Angeles Laker, but he's a guy I liked in Washington as well. And that's Rui Hachimura. I think he's had a really good series so far, and I can't help but watch him going, man, where is he going to fit? Where is he going to fit around the league?
I like Rui. I like Rui a lot. You know, he had his hiatus, right, where he kind of lost his way a little bit, had some mental health things that he dealt with, and I just like him as a player, though. I think he's big, he's strong, he's physical, he's long, he's athletic. He's a guy that, you know, can come in and get you big buckets off the bench. You know, is he perfect as a shooter or anything else? No. But the Kings could use a guy like that who's sort of, you know, like someone that you have to center on off the bench, you know, a guy who can create for himself. And, you know, he's talented. You know, at 25 years old, I think he would be a nice addition. I don't know what his status is going forward, but, he's
a restricted free agent.
Yeah.
With a $7.7 million qualifying offer.
Yeah. So that was the big money that the Lakers were looking at this offseason. They're kind of in a bind because, you know, you've got AD and you've got LeBron who make so much money that it's hard to fit anyone else in.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, of course, he's a restricted free agent, so you can go above and beyond the cap. I think the same thing goes with Jared Vanderbilt, where restricted free agent. Maybe he's not a restricted free agent.
I think he has 1 more year.
He's got, I'll have to look up their salaries, but it's one of those deals where, you know, if you can spend enough money, you can get him out of the Lakers system, just because they'll have luxury tax issues and stuff like that. They'll have repeat offender taxes, and but I still think he's a guy that the Lakers like and that the Lakers probably will keep around long term. You know, they've got a couple of these guys, even like Malik Beasley is a player who has a team option, which at $16.5 million, he probably won't be back next season. Jared Vanderbilt only makes $4.7 million next season, so he's
expiring next year.
Yeah, he's expiring, and I want to say that Jared Vanderbilt has a weird contract thing where he's not a restricted free agent after.
That's correct. He's an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah, he's an unrestricted free agent after the season. So yeah, it's interesting. Like, am I jumping at Rui Hachimura and thinking that he's like the long-term answer at the 3? I'm not sure, because while he's a high quality basketball player, and I think he can score, and if you can keep him on the right path, like, you can build him up and have him be better than what he has been in his previous 2 stops.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that he isn't the type of like fluid, you know, motion offense type player that that the Kings are seeking. You know,
interesting note on Vanderbilt that I just spotted for the first time. His contract next year is only partially guaranteed. For $300,000. It doesn't become fully guaranteed until June 30th. And so obviously it's 2-0. The games have been a little bit weird. The Lakers have had opportunities to win both games, especially last night. Like, they lost that game. Denver and Jamal Murray just took it from them. But I wonder if this series winds up going a certain way. And right now, it looks like they're struggling to score. If Anthony Davis can't give you 40, you're struggling to keep up with what the Denver Nuggets are capable of doing. Let's say things, hypothetically, end here for the Los Angeles Lakers. Scoring is an issue. Does the Kyrie Irving conversation get revisited? It felt like the Kyrie Lakers thing might have been kind of deadish, given all of the talent they picked up at the trade deadline, the fact that it worked, along with Anthony Davis's health and all of those different things, it put them in a great position since the trade deadline. But now, here when it matters most, you're looking around like, maybe LeBron can't take over a game the way that he used to. Maybe Anthony Davis is too unreliable. Maybe we need somebody on the offensive end, and it's Kyrie Irving.
No, I mean, he makes a ton of sense. The question mark is, can they get him under contract for, like, is he going to be willing to take pennies on the dollar? Because, Dallas is going to throw a huge contract offer at him.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at making, $35-40 million a year versus making $5 million or $10 million, $12 million with the MLE or something, it's going to be a really tough call, because Kyrie doesn't have enough years left in his career where he can take a 2-year path or a 3-year path of making small amounts from the Lakers and then finally getting the big money. So, yeah, and the Lakers salary structure is really strange. Like, Mo Bamba is a $10.3 million contract, but it's non-guaranteed for next season. So he won't be there, not at that amount.
What do you know what his dollar figure is? The guaranteed dollar figure?
Yeah, no money guaranteed.
Oh, wow.
According to Hoops Hype, no money guaranteed for 23-24.
Oh, yeah, he gone.
Yeah, he's got to be waived by June 29th. Gone. So all those Kings fans out there that love Mo Bamba, you can have another crack at Mo Bamba, whatever that means.
I don't mind. I don't mind Mo Bamba. Again, for the 1,000, I'd rather see Neemias Queta in that role, but I don't have a problem with Mo Bamba. Like, unfortunately, he might be able to help in this series, if nothing else. He's got 6 fouls to give, but he's not healthy. He can't play.
Yeah, that he's super long. He can block shots. There was a point too where he actually could hit threes. He's a career 35.9% shooter from 3, 1.3 blocks per game in 18 minutes. This is a guy who can actually go out there and do some stuff. But the question is, can he do it on a good team? And we have no idea. Like, he wasn't able to keep his roster spot, keep his rotational spot in Orlando on a bad Orlando team the last 2 years. So what does that mean for a team that has, really high end playoff aspirations like the Sacramento Kings? You got to be able to play, and you got to be able to fit onto the court with the players that are on that team and actually show that you got something. And I'm not sure that he can do that.
Yeah, and just looking like, D'Angelo Russell has a free agency situation coming up. Dennis Schroeder has a free agency situation coming up. Those guys played a combined 63 minutes last night and scored 14 points. That's not good enough. I mean, I don't expect Dennis Schroeder to be an offensive, monster, though I think he's capable of scoring. But D'Angelo Russell's got I don't know if it's Austin Reeves, the combination of Austin Reeves, Anthony Davis, and LeBron James. I don't know what keeps him from getting into a flow offensively, but it seems like he hasn't been in one for a while.
Yeah, I mean, and what about Austin Reeves?
Yeah, that's another one.
Austin Reeves not under contract next year, so he's got to have some sort of cap hold or something. There's got to be something that, like, he had signed they converted a 2-way contract with him, but that's, again, like the Lakers. None of these players are under contract next season. So you mentioned Schroeder, you mentioned D'Angelo, Lonnie
Mhm.
Walker, like Troy
Mhm.
Brown, like their entire squad, Wenyen Gabriel. Most of these dudes aren't under contract next year, and so they're going to have a difficult time like piecing together a team. But I can also, look at the team. They need another elite scorer, but they need shooters so bad,
Mhm.
and that's something that they have not been able to address. It's we can go back in time. They missed out on the Buddy Hield trade. They decided to go with Westbrook, and sure, 2 years later it works out where they get a gold mine for Westbrook, but at the same time, like if they would have just gone with Buddy Hield, it would have spaced the floor for LeBron. It would have been a player locked up under contract. It would have been, a lot of things that Buddy could have helped them do. They've never been able to find a shooter anywhere near as good as Buddy. And then, like a guy like Austin Reeves kind of come out of nowhere. And if I'm teams, I'm looking at him like I might throw in some good money at Austin Reeves. He's creative.
He's getting buckets right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been getting buckets most of the season. Like Austin Reeves has become a little phenom this year.
Yeah, he is. But can they keep him? Can they?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, especially you want to keep Rui. You in a perfect world, you'll probably keep one of Dennis Schroeder or D'Angelo.
Mhm.
Like these are all these players. You got to make some really tough decisions, and you don't have any money to do it. Like you get past LeBron and AD, and there's just not an unlimited supply of money.
And that's an effect of the way the cap works, right? Because we just named a handful of guys who contracts are expiring, or in the case of Mo Bamba and I think it was Jared Vanderbilt. Like you don't have they're not guaranteed for those multi-million dollars. That just gets them like from over the cap to under the cap. It doesn't free up money for them to spend.
No, it doesn't,
Because you could spend money on your guys, but it doesn't free up money to pursue Kyrie Irving, for example, or bring back a big contract in a trade.
Yeah, I mean, the Lakers are still going to be a team that has to play on the fringe. It has to ask guys like Dennis Schroeder to take, like he made $2.6 million this year. Troy Brown made less than $2 million. Lonnie Walker signed that deal where $6.5 million. The reason why Malik Monk is not in LA is because they didn't have the money to pay Malik Monk $10 million a year, and the Kings were able to go in and swipe him away.
Mm-hmm.
So there's been a lot of players that will go and play for the Lakers for cheap in the past. And, Schroeder went back there and like he made very little money this year. But at the end of the day, like eventually that runs out because your stars are aging. The fact that they're in the Western Conference Finals helps them. The fact that they've still got LeBron, and even though he's, not the same player he was 5 years ago or 3 years ago, he's still
very, very good.
Incredible. Yeah. So they're going to have some tough decisions, though. They have to take some of the pressure off of LeBron during the regular season so we don't get to the, game 2 of the Western Conference Finals and he's gassed and people are wondering if he can muster up enough to get through.
Yeah, Anthony Davis is the one who needs to take some pressure off of LeBron James, but it feels like we can say that as many times as we want to. I don't think it's ever going to happen. And so the scenario you just laid out about asking guys to come play for cheap, I think there's two things to discuss there. One, I think it's a lot easier to do when you win. If the Lakers were to win, hell, if the Lakers were even to get to the finals, maybe you can convince a good percentage of those guys to take, hey, what y'all want to do? You want to come back and do it again?
Yeah.
Come back. I think that's, feasible, especially for a guy like Dennis Schroeder. I don't know that anyone was necessarily banging down his door. Like, I feel like was he on Boston for a second? He was. Yeah, I thought
he was on Boston. He was on Boston. Then he got traded on midseason
to Houston.
I believe so. Yeah.
And then he got bought out and then he got signed.
Sure.
Yeah.
His path has been weird ever since he turned down that original Lakers deal.
Yeah. Was it $84 million or something?
It's been a little tough for Dennis.
Yeah. That was a poor life decision.
Well, I blame his agent. I'm always going to blame the agent because the agent's got to know, hey, buddy, this is it. Take this, sign this, and be happy with it. No matter what your role is, take this, sign this, and be happy with it. But the other thing that I was talking to Jesse about before the show is, we're looking at these 2 conference finals. Obviously, we'll see how game 2 shapes out tonight for the Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics. But, oh, man, Jim Brown passed away.
Oh.
Wow, that's a
That's breaking news right now.
That's Ian Rappaport just tweeted that Jim Brown passed away.
Wow.
Jim Brown's been a little funny in recent years, but he is an icon on the football field, but he is an icon in the world of social justice. And when you look at that famous Ali Summit picture with Muhammad Ali and then the Lou Alcindor and Bill Russell, Jim Brown is right there. And he was at the forefront of a lot of this. And Jim Brown was a player empowerment guy before that was a term. Jim Brown was a guy who said, wait a minute, I can make how much money making a movie? These football teams are telling me they don't want me to go out there and make movies. Oh, I'm good. The hell with the NFL. I'm going to go make movies. I'm going to go make my name in other places. Obviously, one of the most phenomenal football players of his time will always be referenced as a legend. But Ian Rappaport did just tweet, as reported by his family, that Jim Brown, Hall of Fame running back, passed away at 87.
87.
Yep.
And, like you talk about the last couple of years, like there has been some strange stuff.
Little weird. Yeah.
But we're also talking about someone who is, in their mid 80s, who had played professional football before helmets were real.
Right.
This is a guy who took a beating but did some amazing things. Just an absolute legend.
Many will reference him as the greatest football player of all time. Like it's tough in today's world to make that type of argument because he didn't play very long. But man, when he played, he had an accolade for something.
Yeah.
It was Rookie of the Year, MVP. Like it's why his name has been relevant in that world for so long, despite how short his career was. A phenomenal individual for sure, in Jim Brown. Sorry to detract us there. I saw that tweet pop up and I kept reading that. Did I say Jim Brown? Again, you forget he's 87 years old. He's always in the conversation of stuff, and you forget that those guys are, like us, they're getting older. You just forget that.
Yeah.
So RIP to one of the greats. Trying to get us back on track here. I was talking to Jesse before the show about, we can applaud what the Lakers did. And, we'll see how things shape out in the Eastern Conference. This in the Western Conference, this is a 1 versus a 7. What Denver is doing isn't that surprising. Again, it's a 1 versus a 7. It just happens to be the Los Angeles Lakers, and it just happens to be LeBron James. So that reshapes the conversation a little bit. But it's a team that was consistently good all year long versus a team that made a run, won in the play-in, and got in this position right here. We shouldn't be terribly shocked by what we're seeing. It truly is. The conversation really should be true centered on how good Denver is.
I totally agree. We've been saying this, here and there, like this Denver team has completely been overlooked all season long.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not, like, this Lakers team, first of all, they sandbagged. They were okay being a 7 seed and we're okay with their path in. But on top of that, let's not excuse like the fact that Danny Ainge just gave them half of their roster at the trade deadline.
Danny Ainge needs to be investigated.
Yeah, like
that whole situation is insane to me.
Yeah, this team getting to the Western Conference Finals was impossible in January. It was not going to happen.
For sure. Yeah.
And for them to be able to, with very limited resources, like a couple of future first round picks, like able to completely restock their rotation, to me, it's crazy. And a lot of them are short-term answers, a lot of them are short-term deal stuff, but it doesn't matter. Like this team was like rudderless and stuck in the middle of a lake, and then all of a sudden, boom, they got somebody flew in and dropped a motor on their boat and they were able to start going again.
It was in the swamp like that golfer was yesterday.
Yeah. It's wild. But like, I think Denver, we're not going to give it. Denver may never get the due that they're owed, in this season. So, yeah, not great.
Yeah. It's, a lot of talk about the Warriors over the last, even dating back to the Sacramento series, that is this it for Golden State? Like, is this their last big push? And I have to wonder if that's true and it's hard to say this the same way, if it's true for the Los Angeles Lakers, but specifically, is this the last push for LeBron, a LeBron James-led team?
You would like to think so, but like I get the feeling that he will find someone else to play with next season, that someone else will drop out of the sky into their lap, and everyone will scratch their head and be like, how in the world did you just get, Pascal Siakam for Reeves and Hachimura and D'Lo and Dennis Schroeder? And all of us are like, did you really just trade like Russell Westbrook for all this stuff and then trade that for an all-star? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you almost feel like something will happen where it all just like drops in their lap again. I don't know.
I thought it was I feel like they took it's almost the anti-Westbrook approach with what they did at the trade deadline. Let's get pieces.
Yeah.
Let's get guys who we believe can help versus let's get another big name. Let's get another big superstar. And I feel like, should this series continue the way that it is, Denver eliminates them. Well, crap. Let's just go back to the superstar. We need to find a guy to help LeBron. It's Anthony Davis, isn't it? And that's probably the hardest conversation that those guys have to have behind closed doors is what can we reasonably expect from Anthony Davis moving forward? I doubt you have the conversation about trading Anthony Davis. I mean, you could, but I doubt they'd have the onions to do it. But
if you're the Lakers, you're not looking at him as like the takeover plan when LeBron is gone. You can't look at him that way.
You can't. Yeah, you're right. You can't.
I mean, he's not that old, but you can't look at him in that way.
It's just not reliable enough.
Yeah, if you're going to have a succession plan here, a guy like him, like you just can't trust. It's unfortunate because he's so incredibly good. But at 30 years old, he should be the next generation of Laker. Like he should be the one that you're building around moving forward. And you just can't do it. Like maybe you can. Maybe if you go out there and you put a 65 game marker on being eligible for All NBA and for MVP or for any of these other accolades, maybe a couple of these guys start playing more.
But I don't think Anthony Davis load manages. I think he actually gets hurt.
Yeah. Well, maybe during the offseason, someone helps him redefine what's being hurt and what's being injured.
Well, I don't like. I hate picking on him in that sense. I feel like it is to a degree unfair. Like I'm not criticizing him for getting hurt, but the fact is he does. And if you're the Lakers and you've got a LeBron James who's like 39 years old next year,
yeah,
you've got to decide. It's almost a. We can have this conversation in a minute, Hammer, but it's almost the Dame Lillard thing with Portland. What direction are we going here? Like, what are we going to do? Because the Lakers, in terms of acquiring young talent moving forward, they don't have any routes to do that. And I don't even know how much Anthony Davis creates a route for you to get younger and grab talent that way.
It's a good point. Like, what do you do? Like, I think you are kind of stuck. But you knew that when you traded for the guy.
I think so too. Yeah.
But, at that point you're trading for a 26-year-old guy that, you knew had years ahead of him that he could play. And you hope that he might be able to shake some of this stuff off.
Yep.
But in his time with the Lakers, 62 games, 36 games, 40 games, and 56 this year. I mean, the only thing that saves you a little bit is that 2 of those seasons were 72.
Well, the 60
seasons.
and the 72 is almost impressive. Like that's almost an impressive number for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's it. Like what was the year after that? 36?
36. He played half of the season because it was a 72 game season.
Man.
And then 40 last year. He played half of the season last year. Like that's really tough. And again, you mentioned you're not load managing this guy. He's just basically not playing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know where to. If you're the Lakers, where do you go and how do you build this thing? But again, every time we say that, something silly happens and they go out and they get a gold mine of something
time.
happens, and it's like, how many times do you look over at the New York Yankees and wonder, like, where do these guys come from?
Mm-hmm.
And then their farm system has nothing but like 5 tool players go stacked up, ready to come into the league right behind them. And it's just a never ending faucet. They go out, they sign the best players. And then, they also have this other stream. And for the Lakers, I mean, it's a little different because it's the NBA, but like they have a steady stream of players that are willing to play for pennies on the dollar. And so I never count them out until LeBron's gone.
Well, the Lakers are certainly an interesting storyline this offseason, but what's the most interesting storyline at this NBA offseason? We'll discuss that with James Ham here when D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Whew. I need to go get a paper towel for this. We'll be right back.
All right. You guys got any questions out there? Anyone have any questions? Do we have any questions? Maybe not. Lunch break time. JV asked, James, do you think there are any bodies in your lake? It's possible. I will tell you, Labor Day, like 4 years ago, we were pulling out and like we have music on the lake, and a dude was sitting on the edge of his boat and slipped into the water, and I think he was intoxicated, and all of his buddies were intoxicated, and they kept diving for him, and it took about 45 minutes and they found him, but that story didn't go well. Yeah, that ruined music on the lake, and so we turned our boat around and went back. Did I watch any of the, I watched a little bit of the hockey game last night, but only I was sitting at a bar having dinner, and I was watching the Lakers game and the hockey game was on, and then I wasn't paying attention, and it went like 4 hours longer than that. So no, I didn't watch a ton of it. Do I see Keita having a role next year? I hope so, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Cool, Raul.
Raul.
Yeah. Leezy asked, would I buy a Tesla? You know what? I might end up with the Tesla, but I also like the Equinox and the Blazer. Both look really nice.
Blazer's nice.
I kind of like a bigger car, and the fact that it's EV, you can get 100% EV. That's what I've been looking at lately. Are teams able to negotiate trades right now? Rob H. They are not allowed to right now, but they're allowed to have conversations, which they all did at the
Chicago.
Combine. Yeah, Chicago is where they start.
Some guys, like I think I was listening to. What was it? Oh, some about Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's new contract hasn't even come into.
No,
it hasn't even hit yet. Like if you trade for Jordan Poole, you're trading for all of it. You're trading for every single penny Jordan Poole is. I think
it's worse than that. I think he's a base year compensation player, and so I don't even know that they realistically can pay. They can trade him. I'll have to look. But I believe because he's in the first year of his contract, it makes it very difficult. Like,
don't tell Warriors fans because they're trying to dump his ass.
Yeah. Well, if I were Warriors fans, I would also be trying to do that.
I disagree. I think the beating that Jordan Poole is getting right now isn't fair. Now, he's owed a lot of money. I do not argue that, but like I feel like there's a lot of circumstances at play. My thing with Jordan Poole and the Warriors is if you really are moving forward with bringing Draymond Green back and you want Klay Thompson, like that's your whole idea. Yeah, trading Jordan Poole should absolutely be the move. But if you're willing to move on from Draymond Green, and truthfully, I think if you're willing to move on from Klay Thompson, I feel like Jordan Poole and Steph works. Jordan has flaws. He's not the two-way player that Klay Thompson is. Obviously, he's a fraction of the defensive player that Draymond Green is. But if you look at him as a player that you want to score, I think Jordan Poole can do that for you.
Yeah, I just worry that you're never going to be able to stop anyone from scoring like 80 in the backcourt.
Well,
I mean, that's not a good defensive backcourt. And that's a big problem. I mean, if you can't slow anyone down, I don't know. And I just don't think that they're going to move off of Klay either.
Yeah, I don't think they are. I think they're ultimately going to keep their team together for sentimental reasons.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Steve Kerr was the guy, their head coach, was the guy who said after they lost to the Los Angeles Lakers, we have maxed out this group.
Yeah, but I really and he's also the guy that said if we don't have Draymond Green, we don't win 4 championships.
And while I have all of the respect in the world for Steve Kerr, he's talking out of both sides of his mouth right now. Like, which one is it? Like, you didn't have to make either one of those remarks, but you made both of them. So, like, what group are you maxed out with? If you want Klay back, obviously Steph's going nowhere. You want Draymond back. You said all of these nice things about Jordan Poole. Who are you talking about? Who's maxed out? You got all you could get from Dante DiVincenzo? What are we talking about?
I guess maybe even like the Looney situation. I mean, Looney doesn't even make that much money. Like, what?
Hey, that Looney thing in the Lakers series was weird.
Yeah,
they said he was sick. They said that man was sick, but he could still play coming off of the bench. And then they almost in the middle of the series just acknowledged, yeah, that was BS. We just moved him to the bench. We tried to come up with some sort of protective story for him that he's sick. And maybe he was sick, but Steve Kerr, Kevon Looney, and Kendra Andrews all acknowledged, yeah, they moved him to the bench because of Anthony Davis's game 1.
Oof.
Okay.
Yeah, but
he had 23 rebounds in that game, and you still moved him to the bench.
But see, that's ridiculous, though, because Anthony Davis's game 1 is not like
doesn't matter.
That's who he is. He's not. It's not repeatable. So why did you make such a drastic change?
I don't know.
When you didn't have to, and I don't want to question Steve Kerr, who's again a phenomenal coach. Like, but I think sometimes you outsmart yourself in these situations.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get the Warriors are and it's kind of one of the impetus of this question was the Warriors are an interesting storyline this offseason. The directions they choose to go, the guys they choose to bring back, the deals they choose or choose not to make. They're a really interesting story. We just outlined the Los Angeles Lakers and what happens. Win or lose this series, next series, what their season ends like, what they do next is really interesting. What do you think is the most compelling storyline in this offseason?
I mean, I think the Warriors storyline is probably one of the most interesting. I think as of right now, the most interesting storyline is all of the great coaches that have been fired. I mean, because now we have all these top tier playoff teams looking for new head coaches. And I mean, Philadelphia, Milwaukee, Phoenix.
Yep.
I mean, even the Toronto job has historically been a really good job. And
I still believe that roster is good.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing with it, but I still believe that roster is good.
I feel bad for a guy like Jordi Fernandez, who's been mentioned for some of these jobs, but like you're in a marketplace where, how do you get in? How do you, when Nick Nurse, Monty Williams, Doc Rivers, all these guys are sitting there and available for the other playoff teams to like sift through. how do you find a head coaching job?
Yeah,
And
some of those guys might be. I don't know what Doc's future is confusing to me. Like who's going
That's
to
true.
hire Doc, especially especially right now, especially coming off of this last loss. Like who's jumping to hire Doc right now?
but he lost to the Boston Celtics.
No, I
in
understand.
7.
I understand. I'm a Doc Rivers guy. Like
Yeah.
I know what his elimination game record is.
Oh, it's bad.
I know his faults for sure. But are you asking me if Doc Rivers is a good coach? I believe the answer is yes. I just don't believe the Bucks or the Suns are going to hire him. And Nick Nurse is the one the one. And Monty's another one. You talked about Monty's kind of demeanor on a recent show. I've started to hear that echoed a lot. Like I've started to hear that written about, and that was really a big disconnect with him and the new owner. That was a disconnect with him and some of the players as well. I think some people dealt with it because they thought Monty was a good coach. But knowing that, and I think people in the league, like Monty Williams isn't new in the league. People knowing Monty Williams, how difficult is that to bring into an organization? You know what I mean? So there's 2 coaches out the gate. That the one I think most likely to get hired might be Mike Budenholzer. Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah, I skipped Mike Budenholzer.
You could pick. Well, you said the Bucks, so I mean,
Yeah.
mention you pencil Mike Budenholzer, but you hire Mike Budenholzer, pencil your team in for 60 wins. What you do after that, well, that's in question. But you can get penciled in for. He won 60 with Atlanta, won 60 with, or if he didn't win 60, won close to 60 with Milwaukee. He's a good coach, but he's the one. Him and Nick Nurse are the 2 established guys that I think have the best shot getting back in right now.
Well, that and Nick Nurse is won a chip, so he's the guy that stands out.
Well, so did Mike,
and yeah, so did Mike. Yeah, so I mean, you're looking at these guys as, if you want to say, oh, they could only get us to this certain level.
Mhm.
Well, those are
Yeah.
guys that got you over that certain level. They got you to the top. So it's a little difficult. I don't know, like the Phoenix situation where they're talking to young coaches, they're talking old coaches, they're talking all kinds of stuff. Mike D'Antoni's name keeps coming out again. And you're like, okay, I'm not quite sure what's happening here.
I swear,
like
if Philadelphia hires Mike D'Antoni,
but what would be the reason?
I don't know. I know what would be the reason. Daryl Morey,
I guess, but everyone and their dog thinks that James Harden is going back to Houston.
Shoot, I think it was reported today that James Harden is going to Houston.
Yeah,
there's a report. No, he's going. Like it was just flat out. Yeah, James Harden's going to Houston.
Yeah, that was Keith Pompey who tweeted that out.
Yeah, our guy Keith.
And he even I saw reports that they said that everyone that went in for the coaching job in Houston was asked about how they would deal with James Harden as a player next season.
That is so bizarre.
What is happening?
I don't know.
It's absolutely bizarre.
Why would you bring Harden around all those young guys?
And not just Harden the player, but Harden the personality off the court. You're going to let
strip club.
Yeah.
The going to Vegas.
Well, that and he wouldn't he won't take the team bus. So he has his own driver who picks him up and takes him from the hotel to the game, and he won't take a team bus. And part of that, like he almost missed 2 playoff games in the Bay Area because he got stuck in traffic. Like this is part of who he is. He's not, there is no I in team, but somehow there is an I in James Harden.
He's made it.
Yeah, I'm not
James
sure.
I Harden.
I guess. I don't know. It's in there somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, that is, maybe they're counting on Ime Udoka to reel that in, or I don't know.
Well, that makes sense.
That's a hell of a combo right there. Ime Udoka and James Harden. Holy cow, man. And again, Keith Pompey, it appears to be just a foregone conclusion that that's where he's going to play this year. I just can't wrap my brain around that one. I was so thankful that they didn't get the number 1 pick.
Well, Philly has to be sitting there like waiting to file tampering charges. Like that's what I'm doing if I'm them, especially after they got roasted for the PJ Tucker situation. Right?
Yeah, I was going to say Daryl Morey filing a tampering charges.
Yeah, that's rich.
That's something right there.
Yeah,
like
that's funny.
I feel like that hit Adam Silver's desk. Like, bro, you've got to be kidding me. You can't be serious,
You gotta
Daryl.
be kidding.
Get out of my office. Get the hell out of my office.
But you penalized us. Like, yeah. Why don't you shut up or we'll do it again?
Yeah, we'll dig back into this. We'll pull some more skeletons out of your closet.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a bit. We went over the teams that we thought would be We went over the teams that we thought would be most impacted by the acquisition of Victor Wembanyama, and how some teams could become play-in teams. Some teams could potentially become top 4 teams. Teams that were in the lottery could immediately, you could see an immediate turnaround. San Antonio wasn't one of those. San Antonio is a team that I still feel is pretty far away.
2 to 3 years away from being a playoff contender.
So for me, though, I wondered, okay, you landed Victor Wembanyama. Obviously, I have to believe Pop saw this. He's just like, I'm not retiring just in case. I'm not retiring just in case. The just in case happened. You landed Victor Wembanyama. Is there any chance that the Spurs front office becomes a little bit more aggressive in acquiring talent to surround Victor Wembanyama with?
Maybe. I think, first of all, that is the story of the offseason is, San Antonio, again, somehow magically landing the top pick again. And keep in mind that they have a whole bunch of other picks, right? So they've got Charlotte's 2024 pick. They've got Toronto's 2024 first-round pick. They've got Atlanta's 2025, Chicago's 2025 first-round pick. This is a team, they've got the Atlanta's 2026 in a pick swap. Like they have Atlanta's 2027. Like they've got all kinds of picks. They have a 2028 Boston Celtics first-round pick. Like this team is stacked up with prospect stuff. And I think what they're going to do is they're going to try to build a system right now that they'll probably be active and go out and find a point guard that's young that can play alongside him and help groom him, like help him develop. But they do have nice pieces in Keldon Johnson and Devin Vassell and Jeremy Sohan. Like they have some pieces that I think actually work with him. They're going to be young. They're going to be fun. They might need to like revisit why they traded DeJounte Murray, because that probably would have made a lot of sense to have him as the leader of your team. But they've got to go find that guy. And if they can,
DeJounte been a little wild since he got to Atlanta. Maybe that's why.
Well, I mean, you put him in a system where you can do whatever you want, and that's what's going to happen. So
I hypothesized, would San Antonio call Phoenix and try to get Chris Paul?
That's a brilliant move. Yeah. I mean, that's probably.
You got Pop and Chris Paul together working with this believed to be generational talent in his first few years.
Well, that, and maybe you go out and offer up something for, again, you have Houston's first round pick next year, which is 1-2-4 protected. Oh, no, that's Oklahoma. San Antonio, I mean, they still have a bevy of stuff that they've got, Charlotte, they've got Toronto picks, they've got all of these Atlanta picks. Maybe you go out and you shop for a young point guard that you think that can groom behind even, Chris Paul.
Mm-hmm.
So go out and get Chris Paul, but then go get you somebody else that you think can actually handle the job and train under these guys and get ready to take on this team down the road. It's an interesting situation. It changes their trajectory as a rebuild team, but not really all that much. I mean, like he can be fun and be amazing and all that stuff, but we're really going to see like the greatness of him in year 2, year 3. Just the stats will say he's great in year 1, but year 2, year 3, year 4 is when we're going to start seeing it translate into an unstoppable force at the NBA level that, the teams have to game plan everything around, and that the league will have to game plan everything around.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form as well on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN ESPN 1320. KC out today. James Ham kind enough to join us here. Kyle Madson coming up in the 2:00 hour. Another interesting story. You talked about the timeline. One thing that the Victor Wembanyama San Antonio thing might do is speed up their aggressiveness level. Like you talked about, like maybe it won't be this year, maybe year 2, 3, year 2, year 3. Maybe this whole thing causes San Antonio to get more aggressive in the market in year 2, year 3, in terms of speeding up their rebuild that way. Landing Victor Wembanyama may just make them, obviously you have that talent there, but it may put them in a position where like we have to be really aggressive come trade deadlines, come trade proposals, come free agency time.
Yeah, but how aggressive can they be?
Well, yeah, and that's
it's
the
still
other
San
thing.
Antonio.
It's not their style, yeah.
Well, I mean, even if it was their style, it's nice and all to think that Victor is going to like be this person that draws everyone.
Well,
to
you can trade though. You can be aggressive in trade proposals.
No, you can be aggressive in trade, but going out and being a player in the free agent market, it's going to be difficult. It's just like being a player in the free agent market for Sacramento. And I think even in Sacramento,
everyone should want to come light the beam in Sacramento.
Yeah. Well,
no matter what JJ Redick thinks.
Yeah. It's a place where like, it's a style of play that you should want to go play in. That's where you should, like, if you're a player, you're looking around the league, like everyone is 24, 25, 26. They're going to be good for like 6 years, 8 years. If everything goes well, why wouldn't you want to go play in a system where everyone gets an opportunity to score 20 or 30? You're just no holds bar. You averaging 120 points a game. Like who doesn't want to play in that system? Like you go there, you average 18 points a game, and then you could be a 14 point per game scorer, and you go out and you write your ticket somewhere else if that's what you want to do. But like, I think that, that might be a little different in San Antonio. There's going to be a tremendous amount of pressure on him to like become the face of the NBA. But at the same time, like it's in obscurity. That's good for him. San Antonio is a good spot for him. It's not good for the league. Like a good spot for him in the league would have been for him to go to Houston with a much bigger market and, a lot more eyeballs on you.
Mm-hmm.
But, San Antonio all of a sudden is going to be on national TV a whole bunch. And what did they say? Like raise their franchise valuation $500 million.
Yeah, they or
at a minimum.
Yeah, they also like season tickets went nuts the day after the lottery.
Yeah,
and understandable. Yeah, totally understandable. Dame Lillard, I think, is another interesting. The Portland situation is another really interesting storyline to watch this offseason. Dame Lillard's social media behavior over the last couple of days has been interesting. Even Blazer fans are speculating behind the motives of Dame Lillard tweeting things like, if y'all want me out of here, then, put a petition together. I saw someone quote tweet like
change.org.
I saw someone quote tweet that Dame Lillard tweet with, oh, this dude's trying to put it on us to get him out of here because he wants to leave. I don't know what Dame wants to do, but I know prior to moving up in the lottery, he was pretty vocal. I don't want another young player here. That's not the direction we should go. We need to get talent in here that helps us be better. Now, again, that was before they moved up in the lottery and they landed what I'd argue there were 3 coveted spots. There was obviously the crown jewel at 1, but 2 and 3 was a really, really good spot to land. And Portland landed at 3, and that's not landing at 6. And that's not landing at 7 or 8 or wherever, Dame might have thought when he did that podcast that this team might land. This is landing at one of those coveted spots. I don't know if his opinion about acquiring another young player has changed because of that. But it feels like that remark and some of the things he's tweeting about has put Portland in kind of a weird position because Portland has to feel great about landing that number 3 pick, except they know the situation with Dame Lillard and the timeline with Dame Lillard is kind of hovering over their head a little bit.
And instantly everyone in the league said, oh, number 3 is available. The 3rd pick is available.
Right.
But I'm just going to peel back. Like, who did they hire as their assistant general manager last year? Well, that would be Mike Schmitz, ESPN analyst, Draft Express, the draft guy. The guy who is, he is the draft guy, and you're going to bring him in. He's a perfect guy to sit here. He knows exactly who the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth best player in this draft is. He literally is the predominant scout over the last 5 years in the NBA. So I don't know. Like they're in a tough spot because the right thing to do for your franchise and right thing to do for a player are two totally different things. And you've got a young core you can build around, and Scoot Henderson fits that. And what is it? Brandon Miller, like he could fit that. But this is a really big opportunity for your team, and it's tough. Like, and you look at Charlotte, number 2. Like, what does Charlotte do at number 2? Because
blow it.
Well, but you have
Draft
LaMelo.
Yorgis Papagiannis.
Yeah, you have LaMelo Ball, but Scoot Henderson is sitting right there, and then on top of that, you can take Brandon Miller, but you also have this whole Miles Bridges situation hanging over you. And can you draft a Brandon Miller in that situation? And then we're hearing instantly Brandon Miller's like out of shape and bombing all of his pre-draft stuff.
That's tough. Like,
I think you could see him fall pretty quick.
He had a lot of time to prepare for this. And I mean, even more so than, Scoot and some of these other, these draft prospects. Brandon Miller, they should have done coaching sessions with him. They should have, this dude should have spent 8 hours a day going over how to answer these questions, how to be thoughtful in his responses, how to be aware of what's going on and things like that. But yeah, I read the same things you read. I think the thing that's most jarring is I knew with Brandon Miller, everything was going to be picked apart by general managers, but combine that, he's out of shape. Oh,
well, that's
tough.
The other problem he has is he's going to be compared, like who you're going to take between him and Scoot. Scoot walks into a room and owns a room. Like, this is one of the better kids that you're going to find, and in incredible physical shape for sure.
Yeah.
And with De'Aaron Fox's ascension, he's a player that people are looking at De'Aaron Fox and making some comparisons about who he could be at the next level. That helps you because it's a copycat league, and Fox is the big name guy who's broken out this year. And so I think you're going to see a lot of people like start to attach those two as comps, and it's going to be tough. Especially like everything I've heard about Scoot, and I've got plenty of friends that work for the Ignite. They're like, this is a once in a lifetime individual. Like, he is a spectacular human being, and people are going to like gravitate towards him. He's a winner at the next level. And so it's going to be tough. It's going to be an interesting couple of weeks here as we build up to the draft.
Yeah, it definitely will. It definitely will. The Charlotte thing, I had thought about more with Brandon Miller and less about with Scoot Henderson. There are already people, including my partner who you're sitting in for, who's trying to get LaMelo out of Charlotte. Charlotte feels like it. Part of me thought, like, if Charlotte won the lottery, would that be the best thing for that franchise? Because like there's this talk of like the franchise selling and Jordan getting out and all of these different things. It's just been so horribly. They hired and fired Steve Clifford. Like, you went full Dan Gilbert, Mike Brown with Steve Clifford here. And that's not good. Anytime you don't ever go full Dan Gilbert. And Michael Jordan has done that in recent years. I thought, man, you can't mess up drafting Victor Wembanyama. Can you? Like, you got LaMelo, maybe you get a couple of things going there. And then I started thinking Steve Clifford and Victor, not ideal. I don't, that franchise feels tough to me. I don't know how they get better. I don't know what they do. You talk about storylines, you talk that Miles Bridges situation is going to sit over until they do something. Someone has to do something with this at some point. Or just say he's never going to play again. But just someone's got to do something at some point with him. And Charlotte has to make the first move.
Yeah, it's got to be Charlotte because he's still, I believe, because of the way his suspension worked out, and everything, he's still a restricted free agent. So what exactly is going to happen here? And
I guess someone could offer him a contract, right?
Well, yeah, and they'll have right of first refusal.
And they'll have right of foot. But that's timed. Like, there's a timeline to that. Like 2 days or 3 days or whatever. So if they don't respond,
It's gotten shorter too. I think this year I think it dropped to 72 hours, and then I think it dropped to 48 hours, and it might be down
now
to
you got 10
24
minutes
hours.
to respond.
You have like 12 minutes to make your decision.
Shoot a text as soon as Woj tweets go up. You gotta send a tweet from the team account. We'll come back. We'll talk. James brought up coaches earlier. We'll dive back into coaches. And your buddy Mike Malone, that dude is pissed off at everybody. We'll tell you what he said last night. Plus, I want to talk about Jordi. You mentioned his name was out there for a couple of these coaching jobs, what that might mean if Mike Brown and the Sacramento Kings were to lose Jordi Fernandez. That's all coming up here as James Ham sits in for Kenny Caraway here on D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Michigan Wolverines, what you doing in Vegas, bro? Just going to watch the Aces tonight? I don't even know if the Aces play tonight. Oh, they got to. It's opening night. Shouldn't they have the night to themselves? Who do they have?
The Aviators?
Oh, they play tomorrow.
Oh, you're talking WNBA.
The Aces, yeah.
Yeah. The Reno Aces is the AAA team, and the Aviators is the AAA team in Vegas. That's what I was thinking. I'm looking at San Antonio has some talent. Keldon Johnson averaged 22.
I like him.
22 points per game. Devin Vassell was at 18.5 before he got hurt. Trey Jones averaged 12.9, 6.6 assists, and he's a Jones brother, so he doesn't turn the ball over. 6.6 assists, 1.6 turnovers per game. Is that what, a 4-1? Better than 4-1? I'm going to stand up for a second.
Why do the Aces open up in Seattle? Am I crazy, or the Aces' first two games? Connecticut, Indiana, New York, Washington. WNBA is weird, man. John, that was funny. That dude is funny.
I loved it.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
That was great. People, that's amazing. The chair has been amazing. Thanks, Chris. And it even has arms where this chair does not.
Yeah, it sucks. I meant to steal some chairs from sales, but didn't get around to it. Anywhere, anytime. Did you see what George Karl said about J.R. Smith? No, I tried to tune out George Karl. What'd he do?
He was at the game the other night. Last night. Boy, the Jim Brown stuff is all over the internet now.
That's a legend, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Played 9 years in the NFL. Won 4 MVPs, I think.
Jesus.
Yeah.
We didn't have one out of bounds play my whole time playing for this man.
That's who said that?
That's what J.R. Smith said about George Karl. We didn't have one out of bounds play my whole time playing with this man. If you go back to the Lakers series, we lose on 3 out of bounds plays. Oh, he's right. He's right. What'd George say though? Oh,
Oh,
he did. I'm sure JR was smoking weed when we practiced them. Always fun to look up things George Karl said. The 27th WNBA season gets underway tonight. I'm looking at the schedule and I'm just confused by it because the Aces won the championship last year. And not only do they not play tonight, they play tomorrow on the road in Seattle. Looks like their first two games are on the road. But Brittany Griner returns tonight in Los Angeles. I don't know why they didn't schedule it for Phoenix. Like, everybody wants to watch that. That's a big moment. But I guess you got to placate the market, and that's Los Angeles. That's Spark. There's some Commissioner's Cup games in play. If you're wondering what an in-season tournament might look like for the NBA, pay attention to the WNBA. They've got a couple of games tonight that are part of the Commissioner's Cup. And I don't remember, James, I don't remember in the notes about the new collective bargaining agreement. Is that new mid-season tournament in play this year?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think it might be the following year. Well,
Okay.
we'll have to look it up. Yeah, I mean, you're just gonna have games during the season that count for both your
Yeah.
regular standings and your tournament play.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be easy to like see it play out, and then it'll be a short little 8-team tournament like midway through the year, and it'll break up the season a little bit. I wonder if they're going to bump the season up or push it back. That's always my question, because you can't just throw in like an extra 4 games in the middle of the season. I think they said the 2 championship contending teams will only end up playing like an additional 1 or 2 games on the 82 game schedule.
Yeah.
But you still have to fit that in somewhere where they're actually playing those finals games.
It's pretty amazing that there's so much more basketball now. Like you'll get a extra game here or there with this midseason tournament whenever it's put into play. And you've got this play-in tournament, which is clearly going nowhere. The play-in tournament is around forever. That's just a part of basketball now. We'll get back to the play-in tournament here in just a little bit. We were having fun during the commercial break with the put that in your pipe and smoke it line from your boy, Mike Malone. I know you love Michael Malone. I know you're friends with Michael Malone. Maybe you can provide some insight into this. Why is Michael Malone so angry all of the time? Like, Michael Malone is going to be the first guy to take the Larry O'Brien trophy from, Mike Breen or whoever it is and be pissed off about it. He is going to be surly. He's already going to be talking about next year. He's just going to say it. You doubted us. You were talking about the Lakers and the Warriors and the Celtics. And I guess he's just going to say, put that in your pipe and smoke it and hold up the Larry O'Brien trophy.
Oh, no, he'll aim that directly at Vivek.
Oh, Jesus.
He'll put it like, he might even like open up it, like rip open his shirt and have a suck at Vivek on his, on his shirt underneath.
I'm just so thankful to be here. They never asked me to play 4-on-5 in Denver.
That's right. I love Michael Malone.
I know you do.
He's so honest and like a straight shooter. Like he's so unique that he doesn't care what other people think. He is going to tell you exactly how he feels. And when he was here in Sacramento, I mean, he was the king of the one-liner. We got it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So like he said, DeMarcus Cousins, Isaiah Thomas, they're like Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're twins. Mm-hmm. Like everything about him, like he just had some sort of witty line. He loves to read off the box score. Like he loves to tell you exactly how everything played out. And for me, I think he was absolutely spot on. This is the exact same thing that the NBA did, that TNT did to the Sacramento Kings in round 1. The Kings go up 1-0, and game 2 is a 30-second video of Steph Curry.
Yeah.
And it's like,
not even the Warriors, just Steph Curry.
Just Steph Curry, not even the Warriors. And then if you look at, the way that they've handled this, it's like, oh, they figured it out. I loved it. He said it in his pregame. This is the first time in NBA history that a team goes up 1-0, and Rui Hachimura defends your 2-time MVP for 6 possessions, and everyone thinks the series is over and they're going to win. Like, I totally get it. The narratives are crazy. And then to have him go out and say that stuff and then see ESPN take the video, run with the video. Mike Malone calls out, the narrative,
National narrative.
the national narrative. Hey, bro, they're calling you out. Like, what are you like?
You're the one that
It's
created it, guys.
You. It's not them. It's you. Like, what is happening here? I love it. I think it's spectacular. I think he's putting his team. He's making sure his team gets their due.
And that's what I feel like with I felt like that. I felt this way about him when he was the coach of the Kings. And certainly it's glaring now that he's on this, that he's been on this big stage of the Western Conference Finals so many times. He is very protective of his basketball team.
Oh yeah.
And he did say something that I thought was a little bit silly regarding Nikola Jokic. He's very protective of his basketball team, and he's very protective of his superstar in Nikola Jokic. And he said, there are people who are still getting introduced to Nikola Jokic. Okay, wait a minute, Michael. I don't think that's true.
I don't know.
This man has won. This man was this close to winning his third straight MVP. Like, he's almost, even with Joel winning the MVP, he's almost universally considered the best player in basketball right now. People they go crazy over the stat lines that this guy puts up. I don't think fans are being introduced to him.
I get what he's saying, though. Like, when you turn on the TV on a Sunday afternoon to watch the big game of the week, it's not the Denver Nuggets. It's just not. Like, they're not giving his team the love that he thinks that they deserve. And it's not like Jokic is on a bunch of commercials. It's not like he's being marketed. It's not like he's being pushed forward as the guy. It's not like we're hearing about.
I don't think that's his personality, though. I don't think that's an indictment of him as a player. I don't think he has that. He doesn't come across very nice. Like, Jokic doesn't come across as like not. He's not like Boban. Like, Boban is fun loving. Like, he doesn't come across like that.
I don't know. He comes across as funny to me a lot of times. He does. He's there's almost like a sarcasm to him. I don't know.
No, there's definitely a sarcasm to him.
I dig him, and I think that, like, he's a perfect player for that type of team. Like, to people, the spotlight doesn't have to be on him. But, the narrative about him, like, all season long was, oh, he's just a stat stuffer. It's like,
that's silly.
He's going to stat stuff his way to an NBA championship.
Yeah.
That's it. He's going to just keep stat stuffing, and you can keep calling it stat stuffing while he's dominating every single player. And he's going to do it all the way to a ring. And it might not be the only one he wins. And that's where I think that Michael Malone's trying to say, like, look, the narrative coming out of game 2 should not in any way be that LeBron James is running out of gas. We beat them again. We're up 2-0. It is not like some mystical thing. We are a better team than the Los Angeles Lakers. And all of you people on the outside want to do is blame it on something else. You want to say, oh, LeBron just, he's starting to run out. He's played too many games. It's like, okay, 3 years ago, LeBron James played too many games. But now it's like they're trying to diminish his team's run. And I get it. Like, put your stake in, like, slam that flag down and say, we are the best team in the league right now. And I like it.
I'm with you. I can't help but think that life has started to mirror social media, and that life is now just one giant algorithm. And now I feel like TV, particularly that network, is put together for Twitter. Like, television shows are made for clips that you can cut and put out on Twitter and get the algorithm going in your favor. Nikola Jokic doesn't do that. Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid and talking about black players and white players, that does it.
Yeah.
Talking about LeBron James is going to get a reaction because you love him or you hate him. And that's why I stopped watching that stuff. Like, I can't, I tuned in the day Doc got fired a couple of days ago. I was like, let's see what I don't turn on the TV in the morning. I refuse to do it. I was like, let me see what they're saying about Doc. They had Adrian Wojnarowski on the phone for like 20 seconds. Thanks, Woj. We got to go. Jack Harlow from the White Men Can't Jump remake is here. I'm out. I ain't doing it. I'm not watching this stuff. And that's like, Michael, Denver Nuggets fans, you got to avoid this stuff. You're not going to get any quality. I didn't watch ESPN looking to hear what they said about Sacramento. The one clip I came across, and it's because it was in the algorithm, was Stephen A. doing his big, I owe these brothers an apology. That look, let me tell you about that brother De'Aaron Fox. That's a bad boy. And Stephen A., and maybe you're right, but maybe Michael Malone is right, because Stephen A. reacted that way, and every Sacramento Kings fan knew it because it was the first time he saw De'Aaron Fox. That was his first time seeing De'Aaron Fox, and it was beating the Golden State Warriors. It was playing the way that he was playing, and it was an oh my God moment for those guys at ESPN. This is a squad right here. We've got something we can cover in the years to come.
I totally get it. Like it's a soundbite world.
Yeah,
when I was at NBC, they wanted to do like these little bits, and I'm like, look, I'm not the bit guy. Like I'm the guy who's at every single practice, at every single game, that's at every scrum, that's asking the questions, that knows the team like the back of my hand. I'm not a hot take guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to report on injuries, and I'm here to report on what's happening behind the scenes. If we're going to cover a topic, I'm going to go in the locker room. I'm going to ask a player about the topic. I'm going to come back with a quote that I can give you about the topic from a player in the locker room. That's what I'm doing. And it was always, well, we really would like, I'm not trying to go viral. That's not what this is about. And that was always the push. Like, okay. And then I ended up on TV less and less and less because I refused to do it. And my poor friend Jerry Reynolds, they start,
my God,
doing things where they've got him sitting in a chair and waving flags and they
made him a cartoon character.
You think he wanted to be a cartoon character? No. So I just told him, no, I'm not going to do it. No, I'm not going to have you put a pig emoji from the Apple phone that says what I say. You record my voice and then a pig emoji puts it out there. And I'm like, do you understand that that's offensive to a reporter? That's what you want to put out there? Like, I'll pass. And then it's like, well, we got your voice saying something. Like, yeah, you know what? Like, if you put that out there, it's the last time I ever work with you as a producer. I just won't work with you.
Yeah. It's silly, man. And there's room for that stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, there's a place for it.
Yeah.
Just not by you, not by Jerry. You have a guy, Lance Woods. That's perfect for him.
That's right.
Perfect. Let James do what he does. Let Jerry do what he does, and let Lance do what he does. It was a beautiful combination.
Yeah.
When you started asking Jerry to do what Lance does, or James do what Lance does, then it becomes a problem. And that's where all of this stuff gets muddied. It's the soundbite stuff that you were talking about right there. Let's go to the phone lines for the first time. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Stan, what's happening, my man?
Hey, guys. Hey, I wanted to talk about last night's game, and in particular the officiating, and just wanted to get your opinion. Is it as bad as Jeff Van Gundy made it out to be? It seemed like he was all over it, and even when they weren't making calls, he was taking shots at him. So I don't know if he's trying to bring it back to 1980, when you went in for a layup and ended up in the front row or not. But I don't know. I just want to get you guys' opinion on it.
Yeah, appreciate you, Stan. It's probably never as bad as Jeff Van Gundy thinks it is, but it wasn't good. Like the
Tony Brothers and Pat Frere.
The flagrant call on D'Angelo Russell, that was tough. I saw one person on my, speaking of algorithms, I saw one person on my timeline agree with that call, and it was a Warriors reporter, and I just started laughing. No one else thought it was a flagrant foul except the officiating crew in Secaucus, and apparently that one person who covers the Warriors. And I'm just like, what the hell are we doing? I thought it was a play on the ball by D'Angelo Russell. That was the one where Jeff really he was like, I don't know this league anymore. Like, I don't understand it. I don't get it. And then that's where he went overboard, where I think Anthony Davis got pushed on the next play. And he was like, well, that's a flagrant. Who knows what could have happened if Anthony Davis fell wrong? And that's where he just kind of went overboard in his criticism of the officials. But I think it goes back to a point that Kenny makes pretty regularly regarding the officials, and it's that they get worked by the players.
Oh, all the time.
Like, NBA players have become Academy Award winning actors.
Well,
And
how do you call a game with LeBron James? I mean, the dude is 6'8", 275 pounds,
Yeah.
and runs up and down the court like a guard. He's so physical. Like, how do you call it?
And it's a fine line. And this is where I'm a smidge bit sympathetic towards LeBron, who, despite the fact he'll say, we don't teach flopping, that's not what we do, we don't flop. Like, he does flail and fly sometimes, but it's almost because he has to. Like, I watched Sabonis 82 times this year going, I wonder if he just took a flat back bump to the court, if he'd get a foul call. Because he gets elbowed in the face. He comes back with cuts on his face. He goes to timeouts with red marks all over. Nothing. He just doesn't get a foul because he sells nothing. And it's almost like, well, if you're not going to sell it, I'm not going to call it.
The Looney elbow to the eye,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was intentional. It's a
Of course not.
full-fledged flagrant foul. No questions asked. And it wasn't even called a foul in the game. And the ball, I mean, that was on a jump. You threw the ball up, two guys standing in front of you. One of them hits the other one in the face with an elbow. How do you miss it? Like, it's not like you were too far away. It's not like you weren't in the action. You took the ball in your hand and you threw it up in the air, and two guys went up to go get it right in front of you, and one of them clocks the other one in the face with an elbow. And we're not talking about two 40-inch leapers. We're talking about two ground-based gigantic men. It was right there in front of you. How do you miss it? And that's, I think, when you talk about LeBron doesn't flop on the defensive end. On the offensive end, he overreacts all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, he asks for fouls all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He's not as bad as a Luka or James Harden, or, like, name that, even Trae Young, who just like runs around and stops short in front of everybody. He's the George Costanza's dad of the NBA, stopping short on everybody.
I know that reference.
Yeah, exactly. That's who he is. But, like, I don't know how it's really tough. That's, I look at the stat lines. The Lakers shot 26 free throws. The Nuggets shot 18. One team had 18 personal fouls. One team had 19 personal fouls. They tried to call it as straight up as they could.
The Lakers,
it's tough.
They do get to the foul line a lot. That's been a thing for them all year.
Yeah. Well, so do the Kings.
Yeah, and I don't know with the Kings, that's not flopping though. Part of that's probably, like, I always feel for, like, we talked about this all season. Like, Domas is one of the biggest, strongest dudes in the league. I feel for those guys. I felt for DeMarcus. I felt for Dwight Howard. They're not going to get and LeBron fits in that category. You're not going to get officiated the same way when you're that big and you're that strong. It's essentially, it's not whether it's a foul, it's whether it's my judgment based on your body type, whether that's a foul. And when you're as big as those guys I just mentioned, when you're as strong as those guys that I just mentioned, you don't get those foul calls. Yeah, and that's why Domas looked like a prize fighter in half the games this year.
The rule's very specific, though. You hit someone in the head, it's viewed for a flagrant foul.
I understand.
The dude got hit in the head at least 50 times this season. Not exaggerating, at least 50 times.
Let's go back to the phones. 916-909-1320. Let's grab Daniel. Daniel, what's going on, brother?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I got two things. One thing about the Kings, but first of all, I was sitting there watching the game, and I'm arguing with my friend in Florida, and I'm protecting the Lakers. I'm arguing for the Lakers. I'm going, what the hell's going on? I hate the Lakers. I don't want to see them win, but I'm actually the referee. the refereeing is horrible.
Yeah.
And it was just crazy. But anyways, Vegas has the odds for the Kings highest for landing Draymond Green. I don't think there's any circumstance I would want to see him on the Kings. Would you guys?
Hammer, you want to take that? And I'll say this, Daniel, that's been out there. There are people close to the Warriors who believe that too. But it's more along the lines of, if it's not the Warriors, it could be the Sacramento Kings. And I think a lot of it has to do with this, or if not all of it, has to do with his relationship with Mike Brown.
I guess. I mean, that's it. Like, it's going to be out there, but I mean, the odds makers also had the Kings landing Dylan Brooks. So
it's a hell of an offseason we got
Dylan
ahead
Brooks
of us.
and Draymond Green. You went from the team known as soft 2 years ago to a team that just like it has a much different persona. Look, I don't know how he fits, and that's going to be my problem. But I'll also tell you that Mike Brown really wanted the Kings to go and get Kevon Looney last offseason.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, yeah, there's going to be ties. There's going to be players that you have. And I'll even say, like, one of the players, if I'm the Kings and I'm looking out in the free agent market, is Kelly Oubre, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Kelly Oubre is a perfect fit for the Kings.
And Mike,
But that's the problem. Mike is going to know Kelly Oubre, and he's going to have an opinion on whether Kelly Oubre would work here or not, because he worked with him in Golden State and would be able to tell you. Now, whether that situation would be the same situation that it is in Sacramento, probably not. De'Aaron Fox and Kelly Oubre are very close, and they have this relationship from playing AAU ball together and knowing each other in high school and everything else. But when it gets back to like Draymond, like, how does Draymond fit next to Domantas Sabonis? And my question would very specifically be, do you think that Draymond Green is going to leave the Golden State Warriors in a $27 million contract to go be a backup power forward for the Sacramento Kings? And the answer is no. Like, I don't see that that's a way that he can do it, because you can't start Draymond Green and Domantas Sabonis side by side, because that would give, and then De'Aaron Fox, that'd give you three guys on the court at one time who aren't great shooters. Your spacing would go to hell in a handbasket. Your entire offense would screech to a halt. Now, if Draymond Green wants to come off the bench and be a defensive stopper and play backup center and play alongside Sasha Vezenkov, that's a different story. I could see that being something that works. But you're now asking a guy to take a much smaller contract to leave a place where he's been his entire career, winning 4 championships, to go take a backup role with the Sacramento Kings. I don't think it's there.
Here's another thing about the Draymond Green stuff, Sacramento or any other team in the equation. I don't think Draymond's signing anywhere. If his time with the Golden State Warriors is truly coming to an end, and that remains to be seen at this point, I think this group is at a point in their relationship where it's, where do you want to go? Opt in. We'll get a deal. We'll get a deal done for you, and we'll get you where you want to go. I don't think he just opts out and leaves.
Okay.
That feels like, I just don't think that happens.
So how do you get him to Sacramento then? Because
I don't personally.
Yeah.
I don't get him to Sacramento. But it comes down to if he wants to come to Sacramento, Mike and Monty want him to come to Sacramento. At this point, if you're the Warriors, you're probably not looking for a ton. You're not going to get a ton.
But it's about salary cap and about being able. I mean, you can take, I think it's 20% of a player's salary less. So like right around for him.
You're getting Rashawn. That's
$20 million. So basically,
Rashawn.
Yeah, but would you take 2 years of Rashawn in exchange for the 1 year of Draymond? I don't think the Warriors would want the extra year. And so that's
27 versus 20. But for them, how much?
Yeah, but you've got to come up with $20 million to send them at least. That's where you're at if you're the Kings. So I guess you could take it into your cap space. You could waive your cap hold.
So because it's 1 year versus 2, they don't have to, because it's 20 over.
Oh yeah, no, you're just looking 1 year salary to 1 year salary.
Oof.
That's no, it's
Oof.
not total contract.
Oof.
No. So you've got to come up, if you're the Kings, $21 million worth of player.
Yeah, I probably don't do it.
No, I mean,
think
could
that's
you? I guess in that situation, could you sign and trade a guy like Trey Lyles?
I don't want to do that.
Well, no, but you could go to Trey and say, hey, well, do you want to go to the Warriors? We'll sign and trade you to the Warriors, and we'll get you a 2-year, $16 million deal, and you go there, and then you throw in another piece to help the Warriors out. But like, I don't know how you get it done.
No, I don't want to do that.
And if Draymond Green wants to opt out at $27 million, I don't think he's coming to Sacramento on a mid-level exception, $12 million a year. I mean, where he's not even going to make he's not going to make his money in the first 2 years that he would have made staying where he's been his whole career at $27 million. So I get it that's out there, but like, there's going to be other teams. Like Phoenix is a team that I think
that's the one that's always
that's
the one that I've heard for years that makes the most sense. If he leaves Golden State Warriors, he goes to Phoenix.
Yeah, even sending him down to the Lakers. Like, if you can figure out the salary stuff, he would be a good fit next to Anthony Davis.
Yeah, but given what we're seeing right now, that feels like a bad idea. And if you do it, you better you better revisit the Shavano trade. You better get someone in there who can shoot.
Yeah.
To go along, if you want, you got to take care of Austin Reeves. You better get someone else in there who can score, or you're going to run into this problem that you've seen against the Denver Nuggets for the last couple of days. We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA basketball. We got Kyle Madson joining us in about 30 minutes as well. And we'll keep the phone lines open for you if you want to get in on the conversation. 916-909-1320. Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. James Ham in for KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You out at 4, right? Yes, sir. There you go. Get Jesse home for game days.
Oh.
Logging all your hours, though, right? I think we have one of those meetings on Thursday. Can you be at that? Yeah. No, I think it's the all-staff one. See, that's why I don't tell you guys anything. I don't have any construction on a pool, so I don't tell you guys stuff, man.
Were you getting a pool?
No. So I made the remark to Kenny yesterday in our people that I impulsively bought just like a pool, like a, what do you call it? An above ground pool, just off of Amazon.
Okay.
And these dummies ran with it as if I just started a $40,000 construction project.
Yeah.
Dummies.
Well, yeah, I'm the guy with 7 boats.
Well, you do. Well, that's truth, though. That's accurate. You know what I did?
I have a boat.
No, you don't. You don't have a boat. You have at least 3, and there's speculation it's more. I did mention one thing I did look into, Dr. David. I wanted my backyard, like, it's just trash. I had someone come to look at how, like, measure for turf. He didn't even give me the full price. I was like, give me an idea. He was like, I'll get home. I'll get back to the office. We got a job today. I'll run the numbers for you. I was like, I'm just picking up a couple of things that you've said here in this conversation. It was like, are we talking above $10,000? He was like, oh, yeah, it's above $10,000.
To put turf in.
Yeah, I was like, oh, buddy, you don't even got to go home and do the math. I'm not paying $10,000 to put turf in.
No, have the guy come out and spray the green stuff that grows instantly,
but it's all weeds. Like, it looks terrible. My lawn looks terrible.
Yeah.
Like, the people who lived there before, they just let the lawn go to. It's like when you mow the lawn, like when it grows, you're looking around. Like, when you mow it, it's like, it's not bad, but it's not great, right? But when it grows, you look at it and you realize these are weeds.
Oh, it's
there's like 9%. There's probably less than 10% grass back there, and the rest are just weeds that are green.
Yeah.
Spray the green stuff. That's what Kyle Madson does. Kyle Madson sprays the green stuff.
David, you know what I'm talking about. You can have guys come out and they seed it, but they basically spray paint it with it. It comes out of a sprayer, and it spreads. It's the seed like with nutrients and everything else. It grows super fast.
So
you should just sit there and keep seed it, and then keep like watering it and putting nutrients on it, and eventually the good stuff will grow through the bad stuff. And then once you get to a certain point, start putting like a weed.
I feel like it needs to be I need to like pull up some of the soil too, because some of it's so like compacted. I feel like the seed just sits on top of it.
Yeah, you got to break it up a little bit.
Like rake it or something.
I have a rototiller. You could just tear the whole thing up.
I don't know what that is. I don't know
you'd be out there without your shirt on, like bouncing around, like tearing up all your backyard.
so Pino, I watched videos that the thing I kept going back to is, what the fuck am I gonna do with all this grass?
You know,
what would I do with it?
Okay, so I got a new thing for you. I got Bear River. They just pulled their turf field. You could come up, and I think it's $100 for I think they said 7x32 sheet of used turf. Tear the thing up and just lay fake grass.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, is lay fake grass, and that's what they told me cost $10,000.
Well, you could do it yourself, though.
But do you know how much you have to do that? You know how much equipment you need to do that yourself?
Oh no, I could do it. I could be on one of those HTT.
James Ham has had a bad back since I've known him, and he's talking about he's going to come over to my house and pull up all of the bad grass and lay some field turf.
No, I'm telling you, I could tell you how to do it. Yeah.
Just sit out there and supervise.
Yeah.
You strike me as a person who has all of the equipment to
do.
lay your own field turf or lay your own sod.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah. I actually, when we lived in Roseville, I put in a putting green in the backyard, but then I built a play house on top of it. So my kids had a solid, fake grass to play on in a small area in the backyard. And then a 2-story.
I watched videos this morning. Like, could I do this? Could I actually lay the grass myself? And all I kept thinking was, I swear to you, the thing I kept, where am I going to put all this grass? Like, after I pull it, after I like tear all of this up, you got to make, the earth flat. Like, it has to be flat. What am I going to do with all of this dirt and grass? Where do I put it?
Oh, the extra? Well,
yeah.
You can have like a small dumpster brought to your house. Dump all that stuff. I'm sure there's someone here in the chatty house who has a big truck or a trailer.
Bring a dumpster over.
I have a trailer, and I have a dump trailer. I can come down.
You have a dump trailer?
Yeah, I have let me think.
What don't you have?
Well, so I share that with my in-laws. So it's up in Grass Valley on their property, but we have a full dump trailer. Yeah. And it's a big dump trailer, like the dual axle, like hydraulic, like you hit a button and the whole thing dumps. It's got little ramps to go up in the back. I think it's like,
I don't know why this shouldn't surprise me at all.
By like 12, or I think it's 12-foot trailer.
We're gonna get everyone together and just all chatty house, everyone, me, James. I'll just take care of your backyard for you.
I'll supervise this. I'll bring all the tools. I'll bring the rototiller. I'll bring a couple of wheelbarrows and some shovels and the dump trailer.
Yep. Gonna need all of that.
We're gonna sponsor it and everything.
That's right.
So that's what should be happening. If you are a seeding company, if you are a landscaping company, and you want to sponsor fixing D'Lo's trash ass backyard, let me know. I'll put you in contact with Rich or Justine, and we'll get your business popping. Because those before and after pictures would be wild. Because my lawn just looks disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
I love having a nice lawn, but at my property where we're at now, there's nowhere to have a lawn because my back is steep, goes down to the lake
with your multiple boats.
Yeah. My front yard is not manicured right now because of the back issue, but I got to get my garden going. I have all my plants, but I haven't started my garden.
Do you have you don't have a vegetable? You do have a vegetable.
I have a huge
garden.
vegetable.
Yeah,
garden.
you do.
Yeah,
that's
right next to my front door. Yeah.
The White Men Can't Jump remake is available on Hulu today. Checked my Twitter mentions. Some of y'all didn't listen, and you went and watched it. I am past the point in my life where I'm going to purposely sit down and spend 2 hours of my life watching a crappy movie. There is 0% chance that this movie is good. They showed 30 seconds of it in the 45 seconds that I watched First Take earlier this week, and I just looked at it like, 1, Jack Harlow can't act. 2, I have no idea who that brother is. And 3, I ain't watching it. Don't waste your time watching that. It looks terrible. No one asked for this. No one wanted it. And now you're going to have kids walking around talking about white men can't jump, and they ain't going to be talking about Woody and Wesley. They're going to be talking about this nonsense.
That's horrible.
I will not sit down and watch a bad movie.
You know what I might do?
I watched Coming to America. I did my part. I ain't watching no more.
Number 2?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, no, that was bad.
Not good.
Not good.
Not
good.
good.
I might just watch the original this weekend.
There you go.
Just to be spiteful.
Yeah, just to say I watched White Men Can't Jump.
Yeah, which is great.
I'll watch them both for the first time this week, and I'll let you guys know which one's better.
Is he like Brendan Nunez? He's never watched anything.
Well, no.
I've watched movies. I just haven't seen White Man Can't Jump.
Yeah, no. He's him and Brendan are probably about the same age.
Yeah, I mean, Brendan has never watched anything. Like, it's pretty startling. Although I think Brendan did know that there was a Back to the Future 1.
Kenny tries to save himself with that, but he really asks us everyone.
So the funny thing is when James came on and I mentioned that after the iPhone debacle, and he says, "Well, that's not what I said. The media is making it up. I said there's a Back to the Future 1, right?" And then Jesse posts the clip. That's not what.
I know. I watched it back. Yeah, he did not say it like that.
Oh my god.
He seemed really confused that there was a Back to the Future Part 1. Rather than just the Back to the Future 2 and 3 that he saw.
I ended up watching it that night.
I watched it all started. I actually watched a little bit of it because I was watching the Michael J. Fox documentary on Apple. And when it finishes, you might like this. And of course, his catalog is there, his filmography is there, and there's Back to the Future. And I'm like, well, I'm not staying up to watch it, but I'll watch the first few minutes of it. And I just love that movie.
Oh,
I loved it as a kid, and
yeah.
I just can't. I'll never part with that movie. I love it.
The second one is awesome too.
I like the second one too. The third one loses me.
Yeah, third one they do go back to the Old West,
and like Doc doesn't come back or something like that. He just, I think if I remember right, he falls in love and stays in 1888 or whatever.
Well, he gets stuck.
But I thought he willingly stayed.
Well, no, he had to make the decision. They're trying to run the DeLorean off the bridge that's out. And so they're pushing it with the train, and he's got to stay in. He's got to go back and put the last log in to get him up to 88 miles per hour.
Got it.
And so, yeah, I think, man, it's been a long time. See, now I'm gonna have to watch 2 and 3.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, is Back to the Future 1? Is that like the best movie from the 80s or whatever that still holds up now? Because I feel like kids now can watch that and be like, this is actually a good movie.
I feel like the John Hughes movies hold up really well.
All of them do. Yeah.
Like The Breakfast Club still works.
Yeah. Even like Goonies is incredible still. I watched that the other day. Breakfast Club.
Ferris Bueller still works to me.
Oh man, Ferris Bueller's amazing. My boys have watched all of them. Like we've gone back and showed them all of the great films.
I have a really hard time watching, and I don't know the brother's name, but Cameron Fry on Succession.
Oh yeah.
I have a really difficult time. Like, dude, that's Cameron. Like, what the hell is he doing?
When Cameron was in Egypt's land,
let my Cameron
go.
Yeah, that you've never seen. Oh, Top Gun is an 80s movie. That absolutely holds up. Dave Garcia Designs does bring up a great point. Have y'all heard of the Cosby movie Leonard Part 6?
Of course.
There weren't 5 others. I think he's right. I think the movie was called Leonard Part 6.
Leonard Part 6.
And there were no other.
It's like the history of the world Part 1. They just started on doing like the history of the world Part 2, like 40 years later on Hulu. And it's not good either. Yeah. That's Mel Brooks.
Cut and Pete says Weird Science. Yeah, Weird Science. That's Roll Tide. Yeah, especially for young D-Lo. Well, Weird Science definitely worked.
That's amazing.
Let's get Ramsey in here. 916-909-1320. You're listening to D-Lo and KC. James Ham sitting in for Kenny Caraway on KIFM. West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. What's happening, Ramsey?
Not too much, on the road as usual. Just an hour and 56 minutes in, still in the Harrison Barnes bit of, I know James said he didn't watch much, but we had another epic playoff game last night in NHL last night with the 4 overtime game in Carolina. And that, as I said to start the chat, that's reason number 472 why we want this expansion or potentially have expansion hockey in Sacramento. for reasons just like that.
Yeah, I mean Stanley Cup hockey is legitimately fun. I do enjoy it. It's tough because we're so much of our show, so much of what we do is centered on basketball. I don't like diverting my attention, especially in these high stakes games. It's one thing to multi-screen during the regular season. It's really hard to multi-screen when there's just one game on and it's a conference finals game and you want to know the story of that. But I really do enjoy playoff hockey. And I mean, I'd love an NHL team here. I don't think it's happening. I understand the Coyotes are in a tough spot, or they're in a tough spot with Arizona and Phoenix and Tempe and all of that. I don't think it's going to happen, but I'd absolutely love an NHL team in Sacramento. It seems, and I'll ask you this, James, because I know we talked about NHL versus MLB. It feels like, and maybe this is the MLS stuff, maybe it's what's going on with the A's. I'm not sure, but it feels like Sacramento is primed for another professional sports franchise.
Yeah, I really feel bad because I know, the Sac Republic fans are crazy.
Yeah.
They were incredible. Although I don't know that it's still that way. I know you have your, what is it? The brigade, right? Like they are still strong, but I was watching a game, like highlights of a game the other day, and it didn't look like there were nearly as many people in the stands as there used to be. And I think Sacramento missed the boat on MLS so badly without the ability to get a whale in to step in and really help them get over the hump. And I feel bad for them and for the fans. And I really like soccer. I would watch soccer. I would go to matches if they had MLS and they, had something building and all that stuff here. But if I'm choosing sports, I would prefer baseball because Sacramento is such a baseball town. It just is. And the River Cats were so huge for years and years here. So I would choose baseball. I would choose MLS, and then I would be NHL. I mean, the NFL is never coming to Sacramento, so I'm not going to put that there. But there was a time where, they had the Raiders locked up, and then Al Davis at the last second came back, and from the stories I've been told, wanted 51% controlling interest in the Kings as well as part of the deal. And so they were going to build a stadium on the backside of Arco. The baseball stadium is partially built out there. The tunnel, the clown tunnel that we've talked to, was supposed to be able to run food back and forth between the two venues. So there was potential for that. And they were going to try to move not only the Raiders, but probably the A's afterwards. And then Al Davis at the last second got greedy, and Joe Benvenuti and the other owners pulled out and said, no, we're not going to do this. So there was a chance. But I mean, that's kind of come and gone at this point. The one good thing is that losing the Raiders from Oakland actually opened Sacramento up to be a little bit more of a market for a major sports franchise. I think moving the A's to Sacramento would be a perfect situation because it's a short drive for people from Oakland to come up and see the games. You also start to steal away a different fan base that, has predominantly, I think it's not a 50-50 split. A's, Giants, and Sacramento is probably more like a 65-35 split, with the Giants being the more dominant voice here in Sacramento. There's still a ton of A's fans in Sacramento. So it's a sad situation. But the other thing is I wouldn't really want to go out. I think it would be hypocritical for the Sacramento Kings franchise to go out there and, steal away another team's franchise.
So you mentioned that, and I said something yesterday that I can say to you now. I think there's a big difference between trying to steal a franchise and a franchise clearly not working out in a city and needing a new home. I don't think you'd and I will use the Coyotes as an example. You wouldn't be stealing them. It's clear whatever is going on in Phoenix or Tempe or wherever, it's not going to be fixed. They're going to have to find a new home. Why can't it be Sacramento? That's different than what Seattle did to Sacramento. That's different than what Oklahoma City did to Seattle. Those aren't the same things to me.
I think it would be different.
Even though Seattle is at fault for a lot of what happened to them too.
It would probably be different than the Sacramento situation where Seattle tried to steal the Kings, but I don't think it would be all that different than what happened with the Supersonics moving to Oklahoma. I mean, basically an out-of-town owner came in, tried to strong arm city council, which was realistically, it was disingenuous. His intent was to move the team the entire time. And that's, Clay Bennett did what he thought was best for Oklahoma. And I'm not going to fault him for that. But the city council and, like Seattle didn't play ball to get a new arena built. And they had just built baseball. They had just put a bunch of money into the Seahawks Stadium, and they weren't willing to put more money into the basketball arena. And from the NBA standpoint, it was like, well, that's not very fair. And from their standpoint, it was like, well, we're a little tapped. We already did these other 2 projects. And it just, I think that situation could have been handled differently. And it was that's like a black eye on the NBA. They should not have allowed Seattle to abscond, to leave for Clay Bennett to take the team to Oklahoma. They should have found a way to get expansion or whatever to Oklahoma. But I just feel like if there's no fan base, if they're not drawing at all, that's one thing. But, of course, there's reasons why you don't draw. I'm watching what happened in Oakland a couple of years ago. That building was packed people for playoff games. Like what's happened in Oakland is specifically an owner and a very, very poor representative that is Dave Cavall, like running around just like fish oil salesman.
Yeah.
I mean, like snake oil salesman. Like trying to, scam the people of Oakland, and it just doesn't feel good. So, yep.
Fish oil, very healthy amino acid.
Fish oil, my bad. Yeah, snake oil salesman.
Are you surprised? Reports yesterday that the Super Bowl 60 in 2026, allegedly, it's on its way to Levi Stadium.
That's crazy because they're going to house the World Cup as well at during that year. So yeah, am I surprised? I don't know. I mean, it's a cool stadium. It's new. The weather's usually pretty solid.
It's just weird because the only thing at the stadium in the city that the stadium is the game. Everything else is in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And it's not, as most of us, Ramsey probably on the drive right now, are very aware of. That's a long way. San Francisco to Santa Clara is not like around this, down the street. That's a long drive. I did like what they did in San Francisco. I spent it, a day or 2 down there. Saw some of the different sets, visited with some people that they, I thought the setup was pretty neat, but I really didn't think it was coming back to Levi Stadium.
Because it wasn't that long ago.
So I wonder if it's the 50 to 60, because I feel like it was 50, right? Yeah. I wonder if that's part of the reason.
Huh.
I don't know.
I just remember like hearing some of the stories about the security measures put in place during that was wild.
Yeah, security measures for all Super Bowls are pretty
like crazy,
intense.
Like snipers on buildings, and like they had done like an airdrop with a bunch of like to test if you could actually blank out the cell service in San Francisco. Like there's all kinds of weird stuff that they did to security measure stuff that was wild. Landlines put in where, we've gone almost all digital and all, like there's so many like precautions that they put in place.
The Super Bowl is a massive event. So, 2026, I'm sure we'll be a part of it. If it's part of, and I'm certainly not sad that it's back at Levi Stadium, just a little bit surprised. I read this morning that the NBA is adding a fan event to Summer League. I don't know if you saw that, but the first weekend in Summer League, they're adding what is essentially like an NBA con. Like they're adding a 3-day, like Summer League in recent years has become a massive thing, particularly within media circles and with NBA circles. It's a big thing in fan circles too, but in most cases, you don't have any trouble getting to games. Like you can pick the gym you want to, you can walk back and forth. Like it's not difficult to get into either one of the arenas or either one of the venues that the games are happening. It sounds like now they're trying to, to bring the fans' presence in the city in Las Vegas to match the fact that like every general manager's there, every coach there, and every prominent media member is all there for that first weekend, and they'll showcase the big game like they did with Zion Williamson. Like they're really building this out to be something for the fans. And it starts this year. This isn't something that's, starts next year in a couple of years. Like this is something they want to have into place when Summer League gets underway. I think it's July 7th this year.
Yeah, I've gone to Summer League quite a few times. And first of all, it's so incredibly hot.
Oh, yeah.
Like just getting from
toasty.
the parking lot
It's toasty.
to the building is so miserable. And like, you don't know if you're going to make it. You almost like, you need a like.
It's going to end for you right in the Thomas and Mack Center, right there.
Sherpa to like meet you at your car and like carry your bags and like bring you inside. It's miserable. But I think that there is potential for like really cool fan events there. What I've noticed over the years is there's such a heavy media presence, and one of the buildings is not very big. So you have Thomas and Mack, and then you have what's the other?
I don't remember
it's the Cox Center.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
but they're connected. They're
connected.
in the same
so they're
vicinity.
Connected. Yeah. They're connected. But the smaller gym, it really isn't much bigger than like a high school gym.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's so many media members there that it's almost like a 50-50 split between media and fans. And you'll go into the big gym and there's not even anyone there.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of times when there's no one there at all. Like the California Classic, I think fan wise probably draws more than Summer League does. Maybe I'm crazy there, but
no, I don't think so. It's part of it is because that the Cox Center is small.
It's small.
Like
it's
for
miserable.
those for people who have never been there for like a reference purpose, if you're at the Golden One Center and then the Kings, if there were like a secondary game in the Kings practice facility, like if they set up bleachers in the Kings practice facility, that's what it's like. That's the distance between the two courts. And that's what it would look like. It would look like the big bowl with whatever game is going on. And then, walk down
Pavilion,
walk down the concourse. And
I mean, it's really small. Like I don't think that there are college gyms that are that small.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I think it was their original college gym. And then of course they built the Thomas and Mack Center. It's not really that comfortable. And especially during the time of COVID, I'm like, I'm not going there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going in there. Cause I mean, there aren't even really like real assigned seats and stuff for the fans. And then the media, it's like a free for all. And they're kicking one group out saying, hey, look, if you're not covering this game specifically, you need to make way for other reporters. There's like, I think 3 rows of tables back behind, 2 rows on the other side, but it's really cramped. I stopped going because
you're better off leaving that area and just go sitting on the bleachers.
Yeah. Well, some games it's tough though.
Oh, some are tough. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then you also like interviewing players is very difficult. It's like a 20-minute window or 15-minute window, but it's like it's right next to the court and it's loud and it's crazy and chaotic. And it's not great for content.
We did our show, the show when I was with the bad guys down south. Jason and I did our show on the concourse. And for some reason, the NBA people who were great, they brought us Zach Collins. I'm talking to Zach Collins for like 20 minutes.
Wow.
I don't know why. I don't know why that was the guy. They were like, hey, let's bring him Zach Collins. But he good interview, good conversation.
Yeah. I think it's always fun to be there.
Oh, like, it's definitely fun. It's one of those, if you're an NBA super fan, do it. Absolutely do it.
Yeah. And I mean, you can fly to Vegas like for dirt cheap if you plan it out in advance here from Sacramento.
Yeah.
Or you can just drive. It's not, it's a 12-hour drive or 10-hour drive, but you can get to Vegas.
Yeah, that's not a drive I want to do.
I've done that it's one of the most miserable drives, especially if you go through Nevada. Oh, it's bad.
That's not one I want to do. Not at all. We'll come back. I also saw in that same article that they're at the combine, there was a conversation that the draft could become a 2-day event. And I couldn't figure that one out. Because are you really going to try to draw people for the second round of the NBA draft?
Well, what I think that the NBA should do is I think they should go back up to a 3-round draft. And if they could do it a 2-day deal there, but use the G League as a true minor league system and allow teams to draft, an extra second and third round and expand this thing out a little bit and really start to grow a minor league system that's legitimate for the NBA. And, again, I think there's talk that they're bumping up to 3 two-way contracts this year. See, that's where a third round would come in handy, like where you can take a flyer on a kid that, whether it's overseas or whether it's a kid that's a senior that, has done good things, but you're not sure if he can translate his game, and just really grow the G League game.
That reminds me of something Steve Kerr said yesterday that I was just dying to bring to your attention as soon as he said it, and I'll do that. And Kyle Madson will join us as well. When Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. James Ham sitting in for Kenny Caraway here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick.
Sweet. I got a rock in my shoe. I'm going to stand up. Maybe I won't stand up. Maybe I'll just take my shoe off. Small little pebble. All right. Do we have any questions? Oh. Hey, there's Kyle. What up?
Oh, what's up, Doc?
What's happening, man?
Chilling. We have people doing work at the house today, so it's actually quieter for me to be here.
Okay. Hear a little road noise, but not bad.
Okay, good. I'm glad it's not. It might get bad when traffic starts rolling through like that.
Oh, yeah, that's a little loud.
Yeah. Oh, we'll see. Fingers crossed it doesn't suck.
You don't have a mic, you just have your earbuds?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, unfortunately. I can try and kind of give it one of these.
I don't know if that helps or not.
How things
Let's
going,
see.
man?
Good. People are asking questions. David, do I think the Kings will sign Trey Lyles? I think there's a good chance they sign Trey Lyles. He wants to be in Sacramento bad.
Yeah.
Do you think any of the Kings bench players that are free agents are priorities to money to bring back? I definitely think that Trey Lyles is a priority. And maybe Harrison. I think we're still there.
Do you think there's any chance Barnes comes back on a bench role, in a reduced capacity? Or if he resigns, he's starting?
I wrote about this yesterday on the Kings beat. Mm-hmm. And we were at the practice facility during the playoffs, and Eminem's what's the one shot song was playing, and everyone's kind of bobbing their head, and you're like, and then it gets to the chorus, and the chorus is literally, you got one shot, don't blow it, basically. And I feel like if Harrison Barnes would have hit that shot in Game 4 and the Kings would have beat the Warriors in Game 4, we wouldn't have seen a reduced role in Game 6 and 7, and we would all have a completely different view. I'm not saying that one shot defined who Harrison Barnes is, but I also think that it changed your idea of what you think he can be, and what if he hits that shot and you guys go up 3-1 and then somehow beat the Warriors and you're in round 2, we're not having this discussion at all. Harrison Barnes is back and he's your starting small forward, but because he did miss that one shot, now it leaves you with first of all, you're not looking at a 3-year $48 million contract. You're looking at a 3-year 36 or a 3-year 40 or 3-year 42. I think it's wild how one play probably does change your perspective on a player, because you have to get better in order to win more games and to make it to the second round and all that stuff.
Right.
Not to a certain point. That one got loud.
Yeah, it depends, I think, on the size of the vehicle that's driving by. I'm a little compromised today. I've got people doing work at my house, and I can't be there.
Are they putting in a pool, or are they laying turf? Because those are the two things we've been talking about here today.
No, but I do need turf. I do need my backyard done, but that's a whole separate thing.
Oh, it is indeed.
Right now, we're not doing anything.
Our buddy Kyle Madson, kind enough to join us from Formula One racing track. Our man here with us. You can check him out on the stream. He looks fantastic. He's got the blue sky and the trees behind him. That's at twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Kyle and James were in an in-depth conversation about Harrison Barnes when I returned. We're still talking about Harrison and that damn Game 4 shot.
Bro, Warriors fans are still talking about Harrison Barnes from 2016, so this is just going to be a thing.
Yeah.
I was telling
you didn't read the article I wrote yesterday, but like, would your perspective of Harrison Barnes be completely different if he hits that shot? They go on to make it to the second round, and I think it would. I think he would be your starting small forward going forward. And I don't think anyone would have any questions about it. And now I think there are questions, and I'm not saying that one shot defines who he is as a player or anything else, but if they're a second round team and he's part of that, you probably are looking at him a little bit differently.
See, I don't think he played particularly well the entire postseason, and that changed my mind on him more than the single shot did. It felt like every single game going in, it was like, man, they need more from Harrison Barnes tonight. They need more from Harrison Barnes tonight, and he just never really gave them that really good, consistent performance. And then you throw in the fact that he missed a shot that would have put him up 3-1, and that's where I think the conversation around him shifts.
Yeah, but if he hits that shot, the momentum carries into game 5. There might not even be a game 6 or 7, and his role might be completely different in game 6 and 7 if that shot goes in and he's riding high and using that mentality. So like, I'm not saying that his entire career is like in Sacramento is going to be defined by that shot, but I am saying that we probably would have a different perspective on him. The question that you asked, like, is he coming back in a secondary role? Is he coming back as a bench player? I don't think we'd be asking that question.
Sure.
If that shot goes down, if the Kings win the first round series, if they beat the Lakers in the second round series, or at least make it a series. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think it's an interesting question though.
So I'll flip this a little bit on you, Kyle. You're asking how things would be different for Harrison in Sacramento. How different? So let's stick with that. The shot goes in. Kings are up 3-1. Let's say they ultimately win the series. What does that change for the Golden State Warriors? Because a lot of people thought if the Kings beat the Warriors, if the Kings are the ones in the first round of the playoffs to get rid of the Golden State Warriors, there's no conversation. This thing's cooked. It's done. It's blown up. They go to the Lakers. It stretches out a little bit further, and we'll get into some of the remarks that have been made. But would anything change about the Warriors' future if Harrison's shot had gone in and the Kings ultimately had won that series?
Maybe a little bit, but they didn't play well against LA at all. But they viewed it as, they could have had game 1, they could have had game 4, and I don't think they feel like they lost that Lakers series as bad as it might have looked like they did. But yeah, maybe it's a little different for Golden State if they lose in round 1. But ultimately, like, they're a team that's trying to win titles. So losing in the second round isn't some major thing where they're going, we just need a couple of small tweaks now. I think there was going to be a pretty dramatic overall regardless, just because the vibe was bad. Like, just starting with Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole in the face. Like, the vibe was going to be bad next year no matter what.
Yeah, Kyle, I kind of felt like that team, like being around them, like seeing them function as a group, it felt like a team, a group of guys that were looking at each other like, we can't keep doing this for another month. Yeah. Like, I don't think I want to hang out with you dudes for the next 30 days while we try to push for a title, and we know we probably don't have enough to get there. And like, I'm not sure that I want to hang out with you guys if it's not to go hoist a banner.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. That's where like the whole like friction between the two timelines came in, right? It's like you've got Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody who are like, I'm trying to play and I'm trying to win now. There's a bus. No, they're like, I'm trying to play, I'm trying to win now, I'm trying to get my minutes, I'm trying to play in the playoffs. And there's the Warriors older guys that are saying, we've got 2 or 3 more years left of being able to play. We can't be letting you guys go through the normal kind of development steps. And I think that friction was always going to be there, whether they lost in the first round, the second round, third round, or the finals. Like that push and pull. Like there's a reason you don't see teams just go, okay, here's a 1 championship core, and then going to bring in some new guys, and then they're going to just seamlessly be the new championship. Like that just doesn't happen. The Spurs got kind of lucky with Kawhi. And that was kind of the blueprint the Warriors are trying to follow. And FYI, they don't have a Kawhi Leonard on their team. So I just kind of think that it was always bound to turn into pick the old guys or the young guys. And I'm guessing at this point they're going to pick the old guys.
Okay, so that's a great segue, because I was going to ask. Steve Kerr said the night they were eliminated by the Lakers that this group had maxed out. Mm-hmm. And he's given a couple of press conferences since then where he talked, there's the line that the Warriors on a championship contender without Draymond Green. Then you got, Klay Thompson, you got the foundational 6, which I think was the term that he used, that includes Jordan Poole. And then it just made me think, like, what group are you talking about maxed out then? Because you just named like all your most important players. And so who maxed out? What needs to be changed?
I think they need to rethink the way they play a little bit, because I don't know that Draymond Green and Kevon Looney coexisting as your only bigs is a thing that can work anymore. I don't know if Jonathan Kuminga is a player that they can have on the roster, because he needs to play, and I don't know that they're going to have the patience to let him just play. There's a pretty substantial, I think, overhaul that needs to happen to their roster. The problem is I don't know if they have the pieces to do it. I don't think they can exist where, okay, Steph's their best player, that's fine. But who's their second best player? Draymond?
I feel like it's Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins. If Andrew Wiggins is your second best player, I don't think you're winning a championship with the rest of the Warriors. And that's where I think Steve Kerr is. I think that's what he's talking about. Is okay, Steph can be the 1, but they need a 2. Like they need somebody who can score and play defense, and it's not Klay anymore. And Draymond, on the offensive side is kind of a mess sometimes. So no, I think for Steve Kerr specifically, it's about like changing the way this team plays a little bit, because I don't think what they did in 2015 is going to be sustainable moving forward.
Yeah, when you're looking at that team, and like, do you think when they're playing the Kings, is there a point yet where they figured out that like we're an aging team, we have to change up things in order to stay relevant? Or do you think that they still have that mentality that they're just going to be able to turn it on, that this was just like an aberration, that they ran into the wrong team for some reason? Because when I look at that team, and if I'm them, realistically, you got to look at the Kings and say, okay, the Kings are one of the teams we're going to be competing with, and they're going to get better. They're at the beginning of their run, and they're going to get better and better. They have the opportunity to add pieces that we don't have, because we have 2 $40+ million players and 2 28 to $35 million players. And actually they have 3 of those guys, if you consider Jordan Poole going into next season. And like their ability to get better is very limited, just because number 1, they're aging, and number 2, that the salary constrictions that they're under. And you flip it over to the Kings, and they've got to be looking like, okay, man, that situation's probably pretty good. They've got the ability to add pieces. They've got ability to improve as a collective, because they're all the same age, 24, 25, 26, and they're not even in their prime yet. Do you think that they've come to that realization that there are teams like the Kings out there that have a different way that they can be better than them repeatedly?
Yeah, I think they learned this year against Sacramento that switch that they used to flip doesn't exist anymore. It exists insofar as they can go win a road game when they won 11 all year or 9 all year, whatever the final number ended up being. But they can't just reach into their bag. They only won Game 7 because Steph was the best player on the court. Like that was they weren't just, oh, hey, now they're the better team. I did not get that sense at all, and I don't think they did either. I think this offseason and this playoffs was a realization that Steph, Clay, and Draymond, if that's going to be your core group, like they need to be buoyed by role players in a way that, and frankly, in the way that they were in the 21-22 season when they won a title. Like that was Otto Porter being healthy and being a productive player who could play center for them was huge. And they thought JaMychal Green would be that guy for them, and he wasn't. They bring GP2 back, and like that's fine, but he's not going to be an impact player on both ends. He's a 15-minute a night kind of guy. Go play some defense, grab some rebounds, and hit a couple of dunks. But I think they're realizing now that they need more from their bench and more from their role players in a way that they didn't used to. It used to be like Jonas Jerebko and Zaza and guys like that were running around out there, and that's just not going to cut it anymore.
Are the Warriors better, worse, or the same if Jordan Poole is there, but Klay Thompson and Draymond Green are gone?
Worse. They're worse. Because I don't know. Right now, Jordan Poole's 21-22 season is the aberration for him in his career.
Yeah.
So I'm not punting on Jordan Poole necessarily, but I'm also not banking on him. And Steve Kerr's right. Think what you want about Draymond. They're not a title contender without him. Like they're not. He's too valuable to them defensively. They run their entire offense through him, unless they're going to the Steph pick and roll. But he's too valuable to them.
But they can't both be on the same team anymore, right?
Yeah.
Something has to give there.
Yeah, I think Jordan Poole's probably gone this offseason, unless they sit down and have some kumbaya moment. But I mean, and a lot of this kind of comes back to Bob Myers too. Like if Bob Myers leaves, I don't know if Draymond Green now has the motivation to stay because Bob Myers like the only guy in that building that has Draymond's ear. So maybe he winds up opting out and the Warriors just move forward with Poole, or I don't. But if I think you're right, if they're hellbent on having Draymond and Draymond is going to sign for 3 more years with Golden State and finish his career here, I don't know how they put together a team that can win a title with Jordan Poole and Draymond on the team. Because like James said, it was just kind of, and James, you were around them. Even just watching though from afar, you could tell like, hey, these dudes don't talk to each other like that. They're a bunch of guys trying to get together and win basketball games. And when you're trying to win a championship in the NBA, I don't think you can do that.
Yeah, it felt like they were a team that had one guy who was highly motivated to win every game, and that one guy was Steph. And like outside of that, like everyone else they're not ambivalent to winning, and some of them don't have the ability to be that guy anymore. But I think it's funny, like say Steve Kerr's line that they're not a championship contender without Draymond. They're not a championship contender with Draymond at this point. They're not. And so like, that's a problem. Right. They were healthy, it's not like they were missing like 2 pieces that were on the IR that weren't available.
Andre Iguodala was hurt. I'm joking. That's a joke. Sorry. Keep going.
I want Iguodala.
And Andre Iguodala is like me. He's got an AARP card at this point. Like,
right. He was not the difference between them winning that series or not.
No. Okay. So I mean, that's a problem though. Like they have to find a way to improve the roster without spending a cajillion dollars, which is what it's going to cost them because of their tax situation. And the NBA just limited everything they can do, took away their mid-level, even their taxpayer mid-level. They've taken away their ability to go above and beyond. They can't even retain Dante DiVincenzo, and whether you loved him in the playoffs or not, he helped you get through an 82-game season with an old roster, and now you don't even have him. And so I think it's going to be interesting. Like, I don't want to say it's, the end of the Warriors, but I also think, the end is near, whether it's now or whether it's 2 years or, whatever.
Here's where I land with that, talking about like the end of the Warriors. Realistically, there's a 18-wheeler passing me. Realistically,
we heard all 18 of the wheels too.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. Realistically, like, yes, it is. but also I thought it was over after they lost to the Grizzlies in the play-in, and then they won it. So, like, realistically and logically, it is. But I'm just not going to be the guy that counts them out again, because I've done that before and it just didn't work out. So maybe they figure it out. But to your point, James, it's such a steep mountain to climb, and I don't know what levers they have to pull. Like, there's not a Kevin Durant signing to go make.
Yeah.
There's not a D'Angelo Russell sign and trade where you wind up with a pick and Andrew Wiggins that move's not going to happen. And now they're in this like 2 or 3 year window, generously 2 or 3 year window to figure it out with Steph, Clay, and Draymond. And I don't know how they're going to do that.
We haven't even mentioned the one guy who seems to be the most likely one to depart, and that's Bob Myers. At least the strong belief is that Bob Myers is going to leave the organization, and whether that's for a different job outside of basketball or one of the several teams we believe are going to throw a lot of money at him to be the overseer of their basketball franchise. But it sounds like there's already a succession plan in place with Mike Dunleavy Jr., but how big of a loss is Bob Myers in all of this?
I don't know exactly. And I don't know if he even wants, I don't know if it's going to be a money problem. He might just not want to do this anymore. He's been doing this for more than a decade, and they won 4 titles, and they've had a bunch of ups and downs and some super tumultuous seasons. I could see him just wanting to go hang out on a beach for a year or two and kind of collect himself. I mean, he's not an old guy. He can take a couple years away and come back and get back into hoop when he wants to. But as far as losing him, that's I don't think it changes anything about how the Warriors would operate necessarily this offseason. But I do think if you're going to ask Draymond to take an extension that's something less than the max, you'd want Bob Myers having that conversation and not freaking Mike Dunleavy Jr.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Clay. Clay's going to want a max, and you saw it in the playoffs. He's not that guy. He's not that dude anymore. And he's going to want a max, and the Warriors are probably not going to want to pay it to him. And that's where you trust Bob Myers to sit down and have that conversation with him and have Clay kind of walk away okay with it. I don't know if he's doing that for Mike Dunleavy Jr. So that's where I think they would miss Bob Myers, like with behind-the-scenes stuff. But I don't think there's some master stroke that he's going to swing this offseason that the Warriors would miss out on if it's Mike Dunleavy or Kirk Lacob or whoever it is running their front office. I think their hands are going to be tied no matter what. But when it comes to like Clay and Draymond and keeping that group together long term, that's where I think it would have an impact. And that might not happen for a year or two, but it would certainly have an effect.
We've talked about Jordan Poole a couple of times. D'Lo and I have like much different opinions on him as a player. Where are you at with him? Because for me, I'll just tell you, like, I think that he's in the range of player of a Malik Monk. At the top end, maybe a Jordan Clarkson, and he's paid 2 or 3 times as much as these players. And to think that he's about to start like $140 million contract, whatever it is, that just to me is like absolutely insane. And I don't think that you mentioned that they don't have the trade where they went out and traded D'Lo and got Wiggins and a couple of first round picks. That's not what a Jordan Poole trade is. A Jordan Poole trade, it might be you absorbing some really ugly contracts in order to get off of him, in my opinion. But where are you at with him?
I'm kind of where you're at. I was really optimistic last year because in the playoffs, he was figuring it out kind of as he went. He had some up and down games during the regular season, but really started to figure it out, especially when Steph was out. And then in the finals was when I like really flipped the switch on what I thought he could be, because he was really unplayable through the first like 2.5 or 3 games of the finals, and then figured out how to play against Boston and wound up being an impact player. It was like, oh, maybe he can be something more than a Jordan Clarkson type. But this year with how poorly, or not how poorly, but how much he regressed, like that was super concerning to me. And I'm kind of back with you where if Jordan Poole, that was just a diesel truck. Okay. If Jordan Poole is Jordan Clarkson, at this point the Warriors would be thrilled, because his trajectory does not look that high. And when you get into the postseason, when you're just turning the ball over randomly, like just losing dribbles and falling down and throwing shots at the rim between 4 players. Like it just he was a mess, man. Like he's got to build himself back up to where I think he can be a Jordan Clarkson type, because right now he's something less than that. And I don't know. I mean, like you said, what's his trade value even? I mean, some team's going to bet on his upside, but not nearly as much as they would have bet had he not been paid or had he played in this postseason like he did in the last one.
What do you think of this postseason? Are you
a huge
in on
Nuggets
Denver?
fan? Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I
You
just
seem
don't-
you seem like a Nuggets kind of guy.
Yeah, lifetime Nuggets fan. That's why I'm wearing my Denver Bears shirt. Lifetime Nuggets fan since a couple days ago. Really having a great time rooting for my guy Jokic, who was robbed of the MVP, by the way. I'm enjoying it. I'm rooting like heck for Miami too, just for obvious reasons. Like
Chaos.
So, yeah, why not? Like, give me a Miami, Denver. You're like, oh, Miami, Denver, nobody will watch. Like, go away. Then fine, you don't watch. I will watch the heck out of that. I'd be so in on that.
Jesse
I just love
would
watching. Nikola Jokic is fun because I like any player. He's like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to me in that they play at their speed, which is not like super fast, obviously, but they just always get to their spot and they're always going to make the right play, and it's very deliberate. I love watching him play, and then the Nuggets are just super fun, man. They're a really, really fun team.
They're
and I don't
fun
want to
to
see the
watch
Lakers win.
Yeah, well, of course not. They're fun to watch when Jamal Murray's hitting shots like that.
Dude,
Like
that fourth quarter last night was so sick.
I can't lie though. I don't think I've said this publicly, so I'll say it now because this is allegedly a safe. I don't hate the idea of LeBron getting his fifth. It's just the sad part is like it's the Lakers. Like I'm not rooting for the Lakers, but like LeBron getting his fifth. Like LeBron gets now he's at Kobe's level. Now he's at Magic's level. He's one shy of
Brother,
Jordan.
He's already better than both of those players.
I understand that. No, I think he's better than all of those guys that I just referenced, but I don't know. I wouldn't hate him getting a fifth.
I kind of want to see what the TV ratings are with a Miami Denver Nuggets series. Like I do. Like we make all this talk about, oh, you want a big market team. The reason why we want a big market team is we've been force fed by the mothership for the last 25 years. That the only thing that matters are the Knicks, who are bad, the Lakers. We got a little bit of Warriors here.
Still Celtics too.
Yeah, they throw the Celtics in there, but they're like so few teams that we actually get to appreciate outside of the major market teams. I kind of want to see it. And, you know, Miami's had so many runs here. The one thing I'll say too is Eric Spoelstra, to me, is one of the greatest coaches we've had in the NBA, and he's so underrated. He's never won an NBA Coach of the Year. And what he does with less talent is incredible to me. He actually makes more NBA players than I think any other coach in the league. Takes guys that are scrap heap guys, your Hassan Whitesides, you know, just there's so many. Gabe Vincent's, like all these players that like really didn't even have NBA careers, and he makes them into NBA players, or his system does. And so I'm okay with it being Miami, Denver. I don't care, you know, people want to watch Boston and in LA. If they want it that bad, then go ahead and do what Dame Lillard did. Start your petition right now and see if you can have a 3rd, 4th place bracket. And so everyone else can watch the 3rd, 4th place teams go at it, and you can watch the Celtics and Lakers. But for me, like, let's see this. Let's see something different, something new. A coach that's like spectacular against another coach that's like piss and vinegar and like coming at you. You know, like a superstar that no one wants to admit is a superstar, who puts up the gaudiest numbers that we've ever seen. And like, I'm all for it.
I love that Miami's doing this without Tyler Hero too.
Yeah,
like,
that's
just lost their best scorer and just continued. Like, they are unbelievable, man. They're so fun.
Yeah, and let's also like pump the brakes on this a little bit. Like the Celtics are capable of winning the next 4 games.
Oh, totally.
I know everyone loves Miami and Jimmy Butler and like and Spo. Like I'm with it. You want to
You're
talk
out
about
on my dude. You sound salty.
No, I'm a Jimmy Butler guy. I like Miami and I love Eric Spoelstra. I started this week with a conversation about Eric Spoelstra being the best coach in the NBA. However, it's 1-0.
I know.
It's 1-0.
I think
And
Boston
tonight's
still wins
game
that
is in
series.
Boston.
Yeah, I still think Boston wins.
Boston's -9 tonight. I'm hammering Boston. I think Boston wins by a lot.
Yeah, that's the word around the building.
Yeah, I would pick Boston tonight. But
And like a Miami, like
they
it's
just
well, according to Mike, Greeny, it's hot there, so that could influence things a little bit.
The
It's too
humidity,
hot.
yeah, for sure.
The humidity will get you.
they just keep coming at you in waves. The Heat, they do. They've got a bunch of
A heat wave.
Yeah, a heat wave.
Thanks.
Yeah, they're a gritty team though. They've got a bunch of dudes. I always say when it comes to Major League Baseball, it's not your superstars who usually win you a World Series. It's some rando. It's like the 23rd guy on the roster that gets some laces a single down the left field line and wins you the big game. And it feels like the Miami Heat are built that way. They're a bunch of random dudes. Bam is great and Jimmy Butler's great, but then, whether it's Gabe Vincent or it's Strauss or it's
Kyle Lowry,
or one of the Martin twins, whichever one they have, like whoever it is, you're like, huh, all right, someone else beat you tonight. That's interesting. And that's what they're kind of built like in a way, like a baseball team where it's not a bunch of superstars. It's a bunch of dudes who come up with big plays and big moments, hustle plays.
and they're just a machine. Like they defend the same way if they're up 10 or if they're down 10. Like they just never seem to get knocked off kilter. They go down 12 on the road and they're just going to chip away. And next thing you know, 5 minutes later, it's a 2-point game. And they're just, I don't know. They're fun to root for.
Can you hang out for a little bit longer?
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I want you and you and the 18-wheelers hang out. Jesse, we'll just keep rolling here.
Man, whatever you need.
It's Friday. We're having fun, man. Why not? What's the most interesting storyline to you this offseason? Hammer and I were talking about that. Obviously, the Warriors are a big one. And now with the Lakers down 2-0, lots of questions about, LeBron and, LeBron's version of, age catching up to him is being last night a rebound short of a triple-double in game one. He was an assist short of a triple-double, but that's where we are with him as a player. And then just knowing Anthony Davis is never going to be consistent. The Lakers are a big offseason story. I know you personally, you're most invested in the Warriors, but what do you think is, another big offseason story for the NBA?
I'm kind of interested to see what Milwaukee is doing. Like what they fired Coach Budenholzer, but I don't think that roster is good enough. Giannis is obviously individually great, but Chris Middleton is not the player that we saw in the finals a couple years ago. He's just, and I know he had injury stuff this year. Maybe they re-signed him and he comes back and he's great, but I just don't believe in that roster all the way. And I don't know if a coaching change is necessarily going to help it. So I'm fascinated to see what comes out of there just in terms of, because if you're Giannis, like I know the season wasn't a failure for him, but you have to go to the front office and say, like, do something here. So I'm kind of interested to see what happens in Milwaukee because I don't think they can run it back. And if there was a team that was going to make some like huge splash, I wouldn't be shocked if it was them.
You know what team we didn't talk about, Hammer, was Phoenix.
Yeah.
Like Phoenix just looked bad.
What did they do?
I don't know.
They can't.
I don't know what they do.
I think they should see if they can trade Kevin Durant to the Nets for Cam Johnson,
Mikal Bridges,
and 4 first-round picks and 3 pick swaps and a bunch of second-round picks, and maybe they can get Jay Crowder back.
I think
Jordan
you can
Poole
get
for Chris
something
Paul,
for
who says no?
DeAndre Ayton.
What was that?
Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. Who says no?
Devin Booker. Devin Booker says no.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
I did say I think the perfect if Chris Paul gets traded, the perfect place for him is San Antonio.
Yeah.
That's just get him in there with Victor Wembanyama, get him there with Greg Popovich, and
I think we
Wembanyama
like,
CP3 pick and roll.
Yeah, but I think the Clippers are the other team that you're going to look at because they're trying to start like a retirement home. There.
It feels like they're just going to try to run it back.
Just keep trying to buy championships.
Try
and coming
again.
up short. I mean, you got Steve Ballmer money, I guess.
I mean, why not? I mean, you still have Kawhi, you still have Paul George. I still think they have a really good roster. I don't know. I know everyone. I know the Clippers. Lawrence Frank was like, yeah, we definitely want Russell Westbrook back. I think part of the reason he said that is because he knows they can only play Russell Westbrook like $7. So he kind of knows that that's not really a possibility. But I want to know if this thing works or not. And I feel like every year, be it, whether it was the pandemic or an injury to Kawhi Leonard, an injury to Paul George, or another injury to Kawhi Leonard, we still don't know what this Clippers team can do. Mm-hmm. I would like for Paul George to be healthy, Kawhi Leonard be healthy, and just to see where they get eliminated in the playoffs. That's what I want to see.
I just don't know if Kawhi's ever going to be healthy.
Yeah, it's
like, it just kind of feels like he's just kind of done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's really sad. It does feel like they've put so much time and energy and like financial commitment into him, and whether it's like his decision or not his decision, it just feels like we're never going to see him for more than 50 games a year, and that's including the playoffs. Like you can't count on him in the playoffs now. Paul George is like someone who's had catastrophic injury, multiple, and now you're looking at like. They're getting old. That's again, that's a team like in a really smart world would look to blow it up to like, if you've got Portland dangling the number 3 pick in the draft, would a Paul George and some assets make sense? Could you swing something there where you go make some big move? And maybe you can, but I don't think that they'll do it. I think that's going to be the problem.
One big problem with Kawhi was this year when he played, once he got like into a rhythm in that second or third hit, it was the third month of the season. It was really his second month of the season. Dude, yeah, he was averaging like 30 something.
He was out of control.
Like he was like, oh, look who the best player in the world is again. It's Kawhi Leonard.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you hold on to. You know it's there. You just you don't know how long you're going to have it, but you know that it's there. And the meniscus tear after a year of load managing is
it's really brutal.
Just brutal. Because now it's like, hey, Kawhi, like, what are you resting for? Like, you played 50 games last year and tore your MCL.
He's
meniscus,
resting for life after basketball. What happens next?
No.
I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys have talked about this. I'm also really interested to see what's happening in Memphis. Because the fact they're ready to punt Dylan Brooks says to me they're looking to make kind of a pretty dramatic overhaul to what's going on in their locker room. And now this whole Ja Morant thing, just what's the league do for him suspension-wise? And then B, just kind of how Memphis is going to tweak their roster to get over this wall that they keep running into. Because I don't think running it back with the same dudes is really necessarily the move. But I also don't know if just adding a couple of veterans to be the quote-unquote adults in the room is necessarily going to help anything.
Dylan Brooks might not be the guy you should be punting on. And I know that's a bit of that's some Skip Bayless stuff right there, but you've got to ask yourself some questions if you're Memphis right now about Ja Morant. And then you start, you have to at least look at the market. Like let's just keep going back to Portland. If that third pick is out there, what can you get for Ja Morant if you're Memphis? I don't think that's a real discussion, but it's in my head.
But also, what's his trade value right now?
Oh,
like is high.
Yeah,
it's high. Yeah.
I still think
it's high.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm very high, I'm sure. I mean, this obviously, you made a great point though. This year is a bit of a question mark though. Like you probably, if you were to even entertain that, if you were to even judge Ja Morant's trade value, you couldn't judge it until the punishment came out because everyone is speculating. Is it, from 25 to 50 to a full season? Like, I don't think it's going a full season. I was leaning towards 50. I think it's upwards of 25, and I think it's upwards of 25 because Adam gave him 8. tried to tell us on national TV that was a severe punishment, and Ja made him look stupid. And I think he's going to be punished for the crime, and then he's going to be punished for making the commissioner look stupid. And I think the punishment for making the commissioner look stupid is going to be more games than for what he actually did. Because it was clear from Adams, interview early, he was pissed. And Ja Morant is going to suffer for that.
Well, yeah, and look at the Supermax. That's going to be the thing that you circle.
Mhm.
Like, he can't get the Supermax if he misses more than 17 games. If he doesn't make All-NBA team, he can't get the
Right.
Supermax. And so that means if you suspend him for 17 games, he can't, for more than 17, he can't get to the 65 mark to be an All-NBA player, and he can't get the Supermax. And that's huge. I mean, that just cost him so much money.
And he blew it this year. There was no chance he was not going to make it this year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he would have been All-NBA without any question. Yeah.
Ouch.
Hey, you're here. You got trucks passing you by. Let's ask a football question, because every week I'm reading about a different 49ers quarterback. And I think I mean, from Sam Darnold being the future, and the guy who started, and this is the quarterback of the future for the 49ers. But what I just read about Trey Lance this morning, about how he's had this fantastic offseason, and he's been working with Patrick Mahomes, and I think Matt Barrows at The Athletic used the phrase, he made a substantial jump, and we got OTAs coming up next week. What do the 49ers got like the 3 greatest quarterbacks in history all on their roster right now?
Yeah, it's basically Joe Montana, Steve Young, plus another Joe Montana, just all over again. They've done it again. They've figured it out.
If you believe everything you read, that's absolutely the case.
No, I think that nothing has really changed from the 49ers perspective. It's still Brock is 1, and then Lance and Darnold are going to duke it out for the 2 job. And if Sam Darnold comes in, and this is the same conversation we had about Sam Darnold when he got traded from the Jets. It was like, that infrastructure in New York is terrible, but he's super talented. Get him under Matt Rule in Carolina, and he's going to light it up. And he didn't, because he's just not that good. Like, being super talented is great, but when you've been super talented for 5 years and 55 games in the NFL, and it hasn't translated yet, like, maybe it's just not going to translate. And that's fine. Maybe he'll be better under Kyle Shanahan than he was, because this is the best team he's ever been on by like a really wide margin.
Absolutely.
But he's not going to go complete 68% of his throws with 40 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. And that's, I think, the kind of thing that is like being floated out there, like, oh, maybe Sam Darnold wins it. Like, no, he's definitely like a talented player. He went 3rd overall, but he's not good. He's just not that good of a player. So I don't think Sam Darnold's going to be the starter. As far as Trey Lance goes, him progressing, and Barrows talked to Jeff Christensen, who's his quarterback's coach, progressing the way he progressed, if his quarterback's coach is not just blowing smoke and is being serious, that's a great sign. Like, that's really good news. But progressing in a controlled practice environment where you're throwing on air is a lot different than progressing once the reps are live and you're facing a defense. So it's encouraging for Lance, and I think that that's a step he needed to take this offseason if he was going to make the jump he needs to make to catch or surpass Brock Purdy in the 49ers' eyes. So that's step 1, but I got to see it. I got to see it in camp first before I'm ready to dive in and say that he's back in the mix as the 49ers franchise quarterback. But also, I didn't expect to hear from a quarterback's coach that he made such substantial strides, and here his arm's not hurting anymore, and he was training with Mahomes, and something that Mahomes does with his throwing motion helped Lance kind of get over this mental hump. And like, that's all good. That's all great news, but I'm not ready to crown Trey Lance yet until I see him do it with a defense in his face.
And that sounds like a nice PR machine that's thinking, okay, we wouldn't mind Sam Darnold being our backup quarterback, and we need to get something for Trey Lance. That's what that sounds like. Like, all of this like positive vibe coming out. Oh my gosh, he's doing this, he's doing that. It's like all of this offseason work is like, okay. I mean, he hasn't been able to show anything on the field. So,
yeah, it might be that for sure, but it also behooves the 49ers. they want Trey Lance to be good. And I think you're right. I think part of it might be just kind of to publicly back him. But if he stepped in and was really good and was the quarterback that they were hoping they would get once training camp starts, and he looks really good in the preseason, I don't think it's out of the question that they make him the starter, because that's like they invested 3 first-round picks, and the Niners' ceiling is higher offensively with him just because he's faster and stronger armed and like that's just kind of how. So if he can translate all that into success on the field, that's great. But I don't necessarily think it's just trying to inflate his trade value, because I think they genuinely want and frankly like need him to be good.
Sir man, Kyle Madson. You can get much more 49ers coverage from Kyle over on Candlestick Chronicles and at NinersWire.com. We don't get to spend as much time with him as we used to. So when we do, we just don't tell him we're going to keep him for an extra 20 minutes. So that's fantastic. We appreciate you hanging out with us. We're coming up, final hour of the day, final hour of the week. When Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here with James Ham sitting in for Kenny Caraway on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, man.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry for all the noise.
Oh, it's fine. We once had a conversation with Sean when he was outside of a restaurant, and I was honestly concerned for Sean's safety. There was a lot.
No.
There was a lot going on around Sean.
You had me on from the arena.
Had you on from the arena from the Chase Center with a band playing in the background.
They decided to pull out a band to do their pregame run through.
And it appeared James was standing directly next to him while they were playing. So
he was actually in the band.
A little 18-wheeler is nothing for us.
Yeah.
I forget. I wish I could remember who it was. It's some former NFL player. But I called him to get him on, and he's at a restaurant. So I called him that morning to get him on that afternoon. He's at a restaurant. And he's like, I'm in a restaurant right now. I can barely hear you. So he steps out and book him for the show. So I call him to get him on the show, and he's like out at a restaurant again. And I'm like, hey, it's a little bit loud. And he's like, yeah, I can't really step away, but I got time to talk. It's like, all right, man, like, sure. So we have this dude on, and legit, like, he's like mid-answer. He's like, I love what they're doing on the, hey, bring that back. Set that back down. Yeah, I love what they're doing on the, it was like, he was not only in this restaurant, but he's like interacting with people around him mid-air.
That's incredible.
It was nuts.
That's incredible.
Not great.
Oh man. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you on Sunday.
Yeah, same, man. Can't wait.
Are you coming down just for us, or are you in Sacramento?
No, I'm in Sacramento.
Okay, very nice.
But we've been every time we've gone, it's been a super short like turnaround lately.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm staying in town all day tomorrow, and was like, great, this is finally have time to hang out in Sac.
Yeah, perfect. So there you go.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. I'm gonna cook for you. I got some plans for us.
Can't wait. I'll shoot you a text when we're
Okay.
doing stuff.
Oh man. Very good.
All right, man.
Thank you, my friend.
See you, James.
See you,
All right.
Appreciate you guys. See ya.
I'm just saying, hey, put that down. Oh man.
That's crazy. We got some crazy stuff going on over here in the chat.
Well, that's normal.
UC Steve has no idea what he's talking about. De'Aaron Fox isn't leaving in a couple of years. I'd be surprised if De'Aaron Fox doesn't finish out most of his career here in Sacramento.
Who
If
said
not all.
that?
UC Steve. He's been talking a bunch of trash.
Well, I don't know who UC Steve is. So UC Steve, be careful, bro. I don't want you to meet Ramsey.
There you go.
That's a tough first day. It's a tough first. Ramsey's our Chris.
He can meet you in Temecula. And Star HD, I did say last season the Kings were 5 to 6 players away. And let's be honest, they added like 3.5 of those. So when you're looking at Herter, Murray, and Monk, all acquired, and then add in that Trey Lyles became an actual functional rotational piece. So I'll give like 3.5. And I say that, like, are they still a piece and a half away, 2 pieces away? One of those is Sasha Vezenkov. And then, so that puts us at like 4.5. If you lose Trey Lyles, you got to fill that spot. But losing Harrison Barnes is going to cost you a little bit as well. So, yeah, you're still right there. And I do think the Kings are good, but I also know that they have holes, and I'm honest about what the Kings are and who they can be. They can get better internally, but they also need to do some other things to get better.
I also want to point out, I love Mrs. Mac 10. Like, she remembers everything from like every show, and I don't feel like we reference Mrs. Mac 10 enough. Like, she's a ride or die. She's up there with Ramsey. She just doesn't have the itchy trigger finger that Ramsey has.
All right.
But Mrs. Mac 10, we love you. Probably already got him.
Adam Marks, you just saw that Monty's degree is in computer science. Yeah, with the Rockets, he was the guy that was able to take the advanced statistics and bring it to the coaches and explain it to the coaches in a like real, like technical way that made sense. And he does
Harvard,
oversee.
Yale, where did he go?
Princeton.
Princeton.
Yeah.
That's it. Is there a curtain call on the show? No curtain call. But thanks for that. That's a good note.
I can't believe we made it through 3 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. Go to 28 and then come back and close out the show. I knew we didn't have anyone but James, so that's why I stretched it with Kyle. Thank you. If you want to be a part of the show here in the final hour, hit us on the phone lines, man. It's the Go Home Show. We're headed to the weekend, 916-909-1320. We got game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals coming up at 5 o'clock here on ESPN 1320. So if you're on the road on your way from home or on your way home from work, you don't want to miss any of the game. We've got you covered for both conference championships as well as the NBA Finals. A couple more Kings-related things I do want to talk about. I actually want to get back to Harrison Barnes at a point, which is amazing. We just keep talking about Harrison Barnes, but I have some questions for you regarding him in the league. One thing we haven't talked about is Jordi. We've talked about coaches, and we talked about these openings in Milwaukee and in Phoenix, I think was the latest team that we saw requesting permission to talk to Jordi Fernandez. That goes along with Toronto, who also spoke with Jordi Fernandez. How much of an impact it appears we're losing Jordi at some point, and we're probably losing him sooner rather than later. But what impact would that have on Sacramento, on Mike Brown's staff, considering, and you please correct me if I'm wrong, Jordi is the legit, he's the number one assistant to Mike Brown, right?
Yeah, he's actually an associate head coach. He's not an assistant.
Okay.
Yeah, so he is.
Which is why when Mike was out,
yeah, he's
Jordi
your technical, your lead assistant. He's also the defensive coordinator. So yeah, I mean, I think Jordi has a spirit about him that everyone is just drawn to.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's fun. He's very, very aggressive. He's a good dude that I think that he helps tie a lot of things together. He's also, Mike's right-hand guy. Mike Brown hired Jordi to help his son. Like when he was in high school, he hired him to be like his personal assistant and his son's personal trainer, to like bring his son along as a basketball player, which we had a good moment late in the season with Mike about that. He started talking about like, unless you've got like 2 or 3 guys or a professional coach that lives with you, and when you're in high school, it's like passing you balls at different locations. And I'm like, oh, like Jordi. And he just looked at me like, yes, like Jordi. like that was his son's guy, right? So he got hired with Mike in Cleveland after they watched him working with Mike's son, and they were like, hey, can we just hire Jordi onto the staff? And he said, yeah, that's fine. So that's how Jordi he started at Impact, and he coached, in Spain and stuff like that. But like Jordi's a really, really top tier coach, and everyone's known for a while that he's going to be a head coach in the league. It's just a matter of when.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for him, he spent the last, 4 or 5 seasons with Michael Malone in Denver. Like he's right on the cusp of getting one of these jobs. The problem is you went through an offseason where a bunch of gigantic jobs opened, jobs where you don't usually do first-time head coaches. And unless it's like a very specific situation, like I could see Charles Lee getting the Bucks job just because he's been on that staff forever, and he's gone in for interviews with all of these other teams as well. But I think Jordi is going to be on the short list this year for a bunch of teams, and I think there's a good chance he'll be on the shortest of short lists next offseason. And I think it's telling that Jordi was in Greece yesterday or this morning for Sasha Vezenkov's game against Morocco. And that's something that, like I joked about it on Twitter last night, like me and Mark Jones are going to be next, or they're going to send us to Greece to go scout Sasha.
At this point, you're the only two who haven't gone.
I know, it's like everyone gets a free trip to Greece. I would like to go.
And Mark's not available to go. Just wait till he is. Well, he might be now. He might. His season just ended.
Yeah.
So yeah, you and Mark are next.
Yeah, I'm all over it. Yeah, I would go scout the dude. I think it's Jordi is just, he's kind of caught in this. You're right there. You're almost there, but the one job that looked like it was Toronto, I think, is still an option. And the other job that looked like it was, obtainable was a Houston job. They went with Emi Udoka.
Mm-hmm.
The Atlanta job came up, and Jordi mid-season was like a big player in that job, but Quinn Snyder decided to come out and come back to the game, and that was a no-brainer for Atlanta. But it's really hard to look at a team like Phoenix or Philadelphia or Milwaukee, or like name these big name teams that are like on the cusp, and they're looking for the coach to get them over the top into a ring.
They're looking at the other coaches that were fired. Like they're all looking at like Mike Budenholzer and
Nick Nurse
Monty
Williams,
Doc Rivers.
Yeah, Doc Rivers. Maybe they'll just all switch.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have like another, like Sam Cassell is still waiting in the wings for this job. And for that matter, the other guy on that staff, Dave Yeager, could eventually get back in the league as a head coach. They're all like right there, like on the cusp of being part of this group of coaches that might get another opportunity.
So that's kind of the other part about this. Dave Yeager, Dave Yeager was on Doc Rivers' staff, so his future now is in limbo. When a guy leaves, like let's just stick with the Jordi thing. We know Jordi's probably going to be gone here at some point. What does that mean, do you think, for this staff? Is that a situation of Jay Triano sliding over? Is this maybe Doug moving up? Is this Lindsey moving to the front row? And because the flip side of that is, and I've used this example a lot this week because it was brought to my attention, and it was something that I hadn't thought about at all this year. But in Boston, Joe Mazzola, he's coaching with Ime Udoka's staff. That's Ime's staff. Now Ime has a job. There could be, and almost certainly will be, a ton of changes to the Celtics coaching staff. Jordi goes to, hypothetically, we'll just say Toronto for fun. Does he want Jay Triano? Does he want Doug Christie? Does he want Lindsey Harding? Like, does he want some of the members of this Sacramento Kings staff to go with him? Like Doug, for example, he would have the opportunity at a higher position. Like if he goes with Jordi Fernandez, Jordi says to him, "Hey, I want to make you my lead assistant, or my second lead assistant, or whatever." That's a promotion for one of those guys, and that's how some of these staffs get shaped, and how a lot of times when a guy leaves a franchise, he's not the only one who leaves.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I also think it's possible that Jordi, who again spent 5 years on Michael Malone's staff, he might pull one or two of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that the way that Mike's built things is that no one's looking to leave. You're in the beginning stages of what could be a really good 5 or 6 year run. This is like the opening moments for a franchise on the rise, and you hope that 48 wins is a starting point, and you hope that you make some additions this offseason and you have personal growth with some of the players. You also hope that a year playing in the same system, offensive, defensive systems, is going to help you, grow and get better. And so I would be surprised if a bunch of if multiple players or multiple coaches left with Jordi, especially a guy like Luke Lau, because I think Luke is going to be the guy that gets the next opportunity. If Jordi leaves, Luke is going to, I'm not saying he's going to be the associate head coach, but he's the guy that Mike's talked about it. Luke built him binders, and when they were talking about him going out and getting another head coaching job, he helped him basically do resume stuff. And he's his right-hand guy, and Davidis Dolkes is right there with him. Those two are inseparable. Their wives, they played at Florida State together, and their wives have been friends since college, and they have little kids that are all the same age. There's a really good family vibe about this team. I've talked about it multiple times. I said there's a daycare in Sacramento with 13 children from the coaching staff in the front office, all of them under 4 years old. It's crazy how tight knit and how not only the players are in the same type of phase in their life, but the coaching staff and front office, there's a lot of good continuity with this group where you could see them staying together. And you've heard Mike Brown talk about it a bunch of times, Luke Laux, he loves Luke, and Luke is a guy who's on the rise in their coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy who will coach the summer league team this in Vegas this summer and at the California Classic. So he's going to get his first bite at the apple to run a team and get that experience. And then, you still have Bobby Jackson too, who's done an absolutely tremendous job with the Stockton Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have a lot of pieces around you here. I don't see a guy like Bobby or Doug going and taking another assistant job somewhere else either. They want to get back to the level that they were at.
Unfinished business. Doug will tell you that today.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
We mentioned Jordi, the latest to go see Sasha. Sasha and is it Fenerbahce?
No, he played Morocco. They beat Fenerbahce. He plays for
Olympiacos. Yes. Okay. Thank you. They're headed to the finals.
Mm-hmm. I don't know who they're playing.
It doesn't matter. All that matters is Sasha is clearly an international star who is preparing to come take the NBA by storm. This is the Kings' plan, in my opinion. This is why they passed on Luka Doncic. There's only room for one international star, and it's Sasha. And I always call him Sasha because I feel like his last name keeps changing. So I'm just going to stick with Sasha because I thought it was Sasha Vezenkov.
Vezenkov or Vezenkov?
And then you said that earlier. I was wait, is it Vezenkov? Okay, forget it. He's Sasha.
Yeah, I think you might as well just put European soccer, just put his first name on the back of the jersey.
Sasha Fierce.
Yeah,
that's just what I'll call him.
Sasha V.
I am Sasha Fierce.
Yeah,
that is Sasha. But Jordi's the latest to go over there. He's playing in the European finale, and Kings fans got something to rock with. They're locked in and watching this brother play. He's 27. I won't call him a young dude, but he's 27 years old and over there hooping.
I think the cool thing about Sasha, and we can call it Sasha mania that's happening here in Sacramento. People are just going crazy. They're staying up to watch games. It's fun. It's keeping the Kings relevant during a very weird time in the offseason where there's nothing happening. And, the combine just happened. We'll start seeing draft prospects again start coming through Sacramento.
Even that's going to be different.
Well, the Kings don't want to do it the same way they used to. They don't want to let anyone in and know who they're interviewing here in Sacramento. And then that becomes a big game, and who knows what's going to happen. But I think the interesting thing with Sasha is you don't know how good he's going to be, but you definitely can see how he fits at the NBA level. He's got he's 6'9". He's athletic enough. He's very physical. He's got an incredible 3-point shot. He's got really, really good range, not just from the corner, but from the top of the key and extended. He's probably good from 28, 29 feet. He's a marksman, and he's got a really quick release. And I think the NBA game will actually play to his strengths. Like the spacing of the NBA game on the offensive end will really help him, especially the way that Sabonis draws so much attention in the paint, that Fox draws so much attention. He's going to get so many wide open looks. And the Kings need more shooting. We saw it in the playoffs. They need another, 1 or 2 shooters. You'd hope that you'd find a couple of shooters that also play defense, your typical 3-and-D, long, lanky, athletic wings. But it doesn't hurt you to have high basketball IQ players, and that's what Sasha is. The one thing I've noticed watching him recently, he's really, really good as a cutter, and Sabonis is going to just love him. You're going to see him dive in from the corner and get fed all kinds of bounce passes going right to the rim. He's got a nice float game. Like, he's a very, very smart player, and whether he's going to be the type of player that he is in Europe, where he's averaging 17 and 6, or he's going to be more like a 12 and 4 guy coming off the bench here in the NBA, you don't really know. It's just going to depend on how he adjusts. But I think he's a player. He's a rotational piece, and the Kings are probably another 1.5, 2 rotational pieces away, depending on what happens with Harrison Barnes.
You think he could start?
It's possible. Like,
could he take Harrison Barnes's place?
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, because Harrison hasn't exactly been great defensively. He's not a great rebounder. He's an inconsistent rebounder. He certainly can shoot like Harrison. He's not going to get to the free throw line like Harrison does, which is a big deal for the Kings. He's not going to have the leadership and the other things, the intangibles that Harrison brings, although he'll be a mature player that, knows his role and all that. But like, I have a tough time. Like, it's a combination. If you're losing Harrison and you're bringing in Sasha, you better be able to go find that long, athletic, shot blocking, defensive minded player that complements both Keegan Murray and Sasha. The only reason you say, can he start? It's possible that that's even maybe what they're pitching him. I don't know whether they're pitching him that or not, but I have a tough time with the athleticism of a starting 5 with Fox, Herter, Keegan Murray, Sasha, and Domas. That, to me, like, it's a really, really smart and good shooting starting lineup, but it's not super athletic. Outside of one superstar athlete, the rest of the group isn't, super athletic. You might be able to get away with it, but I don't know. I
don't know if you want to get away with stuff in the starting lineup. Like, I think you could get away with things in rotational patterns throughout an 82-game season. Yeah. I don't know if you want to go into game 1 with a starting lineup going, I think we could get away with this. I don't feel like that's the best approach.
But on the offensive end, you're going to be incredible.
And so that's the other side to this conversation is you've referenced Monty's, talking about 50 wins, and like, we're for a really good team. If we're a 3 seed in this league, if we're a 3 seed, we're a 4 seed. That's what we are. We've got to be a 50+ win team.
Yeah.
And he used the line that I referenced, the maintain and improve line. He said that night, or he said that day, we have to maintain what we did offensively, but we have to improve defensively. That's our biggest area of improvement. You've said that. That's the Kings' biggest area for improvement, is on the defensive end. What we just laid out does not accomplish that.
It doesn't.
And so it becomes, it's almost like Monty's going to have to decide, and Mike will have to make this decision too. Do we double down on how truly talented we can be as an offensive team, or and accept what comes with that, or do we make concessions somewhere on the offensive end to try to get better defensively?
You've got to play both sides. You've got to keep growing offensively. You've got to show improvement and all that stuff. But to me, like, you have to find a way to go get the KCPs, the Bruce Browns, the Aaron Gordons. Like, this team needs an Aaron Gordon so bad. And like, if you really look at Denver, and people can knock this or not, but like Sabonis is like a scaled down version of Jokic. He's not as good a scorer as Jokic, but rebounding, passing, all that stuff. And just the way that the team plays around him, he's a center of the universe player.
Mhm.
Everything goes to him in the middle, and then he disperses it out to the rest of the group. If that's what you're going to do, you have to find ways to protect him. You have got to bring in the defensive minded players that will keep like the inline drives off of him, that will stop him from picking up cheap fouls. And that's what you've got to do. And the other thing we found out in the playoffs, this team was a really good defensive rebounding team all season long. They have to have better rebounding. Like you can't swap out Harrison Barnes for another guy who's going to average 3.5 rebounds a game or 4 rebounds or 5 rebounds. It's got to be a guy who's got the potential to go out and get you more. And you need a couple of them. You know, it's not just, again, we can talk, it's not just that Domas didn't have help from Barnes and from Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray was inconsistent as a rebounder. And Trey Lyles was even inconsistent coming off the bench. It's that he didn't get anything from a guy like Davion Mitchell. He didn't get a couple of games. He got something from Kevin Huerter as a rebounder. A couple of games he got something from Monk. A couple of games he got something from De'Aaron Fox. But you weren't able to consistently depend on anyone. They need another rebounder to really help them support, like a guy again like Josh Hart would, Jason Hart, Josh Hart, Knicks. Like
Josh.
Yeah, perfect fit for this team. If you could get a guy like that who plays defense, who's physical, who can shoot the three, who is a good role player, but who will go out and get you 6-7 rebounds a game from the small forward position, that changed the dynamic of this team greatly. He's that good of a rebounder. And so I think they've got to find 3-and-D players. If it's Kessler Edwards that you think you can, turn into one of those guys, that's one thing, but that's a big ask. He hasn't done it before. And would you be better off like going out and trying to shop for a guy like Dorian Finney-Smith? That's something where, this team needs to improve in those areas. And it's pretty simple to see. Not only do you have the blueprint that you saw last season and what worked and what didn't, but you can look over at the Denver Nuggets and you can see exactly the things that you wish that you had that would work with what you're trying to do, and see if you can find that type of player.
One guy I don't think we've talked a lot about this so far, it's, this early part of the early stages of the offseason for the Sacramento Kings, is Davion Mitchell. What does this offseason look like for him?
That's a crazy question, right?
Because I went in with expectations last offseason coming into this season, and it, they weren't met. Like I maybe I just can't figure out what I want from Davion. I just feel like he has more to offer, and the fact that he can't consistently hit a shot and isn't a threat at all to score, I think really hurt them a little bit against the Warriors, because we saw the way that the Warriors played him. He shot as many threes as he did because the Warriors challenged him to, and he didn't make them pay for it.
Yeah, I would even say too, like my biggest concern with Davion, it's that, the 3-point shot hasn't been consistent. He shot 32% this season. Coming out of college, you hope that he would have been better. He dropped 6 points a game off a scoring average, which is substantial, but he also dropped from 27.5 minutes to 18 minutes this year. He had a
substantial
30% reduction in minutes.
Yeah.
And so what my problem with him though is if you take all of that stuff and then you start looking at the rebounding numbers, the 1.3 rebounds, and you start matching that with, again, an inconsistent rebounder like Malik Monk, an inconsistent rebounder like Kevin Huerter. And Kevin Huerter, like at times, is a bad rebounder. Like for a guard, like you'd hope that he'd have a few more at 6'7". But like it limits what you can do. You can't go with a 3-guard set with Davion, with Malik, and with Kevin Huerter unless you have some crazy 4 or 5 combo rebounders that are just like supporting everything. You just can't do it. And so I don't know. It's tough because I think Davion's got a lot of talent. I don't think he's built for this system. I think he's gotten a lot better, even though his offensive numbers have gone down. I think as overall, he's learned how to play off-ball defense. He's improving as a team defender. He's doing the things that you want to see him do. And he's working with Doug nonstop. And Doug has had him under his wing, teaching him the finer nuances of defense and how to stay engaged on the defensive end. These are all things that I think are helpful. But I also think having a 6'5" a backup point guard would be a great thing for the Kings, like a bigger, longer version that could hit, shots, a 3-and-D guy. And some of those guys are out there, like even like a guy like Torrey Craig or someone that can back up De'Aaron Fox for that short amount of time, but can also play some too, like just bigger, better length and stuff like that at the point guard position.
It feels like to be on the Kings, you have to be able to play multiple positions.
Yeah.
With the way that this team plays and what some of their shortcomings are, you have to be able to do a lot on the floor, a lot of different things on the floor.
That's the NBA now, though. Like,
sure,
it's the teams that have like 7 players that are 6'6" to 6'9" that all can play and switch, and those are the teams that have given the Kings fits. That's the Boston Celtics. I mean, the Boston Celtics have so much versatility and length, where they just have all of these pieces that are interchangeable on the defensive end. And you got to get to a point where you can become that team. And again, it's the Denver Nuggets. Like, all of these things are flowing around Jokic, but it's all a similar sized player that are playing around him that can switch, that can fill the same roles, can fill different roles. You got a lot of versatility that I think right now the Kings, they're close, but they don't have all of the pieces that they need.
We'll come back. We were talking about Harrison Barnes, and I never actually asked you the question that was on my mind about Harrison Barnes. So we'll do that. And you said something earlier about the NBA draft I want to bring back just for a second. We'll do that as we wrap up this Friday edition of D-Lo and Casey with James Ham here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, goodness gracious. I gotta stop drinking so many liquids during the show. Right back last time.
No Cam Reddish, Chris. You and Casey. Yeah, I love Bruce Brown. People are mentioning him in the chat. I think Bruce Brown is like, I talked about him last offseason, and they didn't even pay a lot to get him. And I don't know what his contract is. I can look it up really quick while we're discussing, but the Kings have to find players like that. They don't need a whole team of them, but not having a guy like Aaron Gordon really hurts you. Not having a guy like Bruce Brown hurts you. And like the Kings have like the offensive version, which is Terrence Davis. And I don't know if he'll be back or not. I'm going to guess probably not. But that's kind of, that style of player. And even PJ Dozier, they have the ability to keep PJ. He has the ability to possibly like become one of those players, but it's not like he's all that young. Bruce Brown has a player option at $6.8 million for next season. I'm going to guess, especially with them potentially playing for a ring, that he's going to be back. And what's crazy is most of their players are under contract. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. They have 9. And if you count Brown, they have 10 players that are under contract going forward. The guys that aren't are like DeAndre Jordan, Jeff Green, and Ish. There's a name I would like. I would take Thomas Bryant. I think Thomas Bryant could provide a lot to the Kings. Thomas Bryant he's a career 36.6% shooter from 3. In Denver, he shot 44 this year. And this year on total from 3, it's only 1 attempt per game, but 44%. And he's also efficient from 2, although he hasn't been in Denver. That's like, again, averages 10 and 5, 5.7 in career in 19.7 minutes per game, 0.8 blocks. So if you look at per 36 numbers, his per 36 is 18.5, 10.5, 1.4 blocks. That would definitely be a guy I would go after. And Thomas Bryant made like less than $2 million this year.
He ate the Kings up at the Golden One Center, didn't he?
He did. He abused them. I think Polo, you ask if Keon Ellis is coming back. I'm pretty sure Keon Ellis is coming back. I don't know that I saw his final G League stats, but I'm pretty sure they're really good for an undrafted player. I'll have them in like 2 seconds. How come I have college stats, but I don't have G League stats?
G League stats are hard to find sometimes.
That and Basketball References, their G League stats are not always all that accurate. Yeah, see, I have his college stats. That's weird. They're just hard to find on the page, that's all. Keon is not currently, I mean, the Kings still own his rights, but he's not currently under contract. I mean, he is up until July 1st. That didn't work out. Stockton. I will have his stats in 2 seconds. Keon Ellis, 14.6 points, 3.3 assists, 4.7 rebounds, 1.5 steals. Shot 35.7% from three. I like him as a 3-and-D dude. He's my 6th guard going into next season.
Keon is?
Yeah. Like 5th, 6th.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just my opinion. I don't know what they'll actually do. But like I'm
Before we get back to the Sacramento Kings, we had mentioned earlier, we were talking earlier about how there's a talk about the NBA draft potentially going over a 2-day period. And I thought, that really seems awkward for a 2-round draft. And you mentioned like, well, maybe it's time to bring, the 3rd round back, and you bring the NBA draft back to 3 rounds. And it brought to mind something I read that I kind of chuckled at first, but it ties in with something you've talked about on this show before. And it's Steve Kerr said, and of course he's being asked, as we were talking with Kyle Madson earlier, about the 2 timeline thing that was going on or that they attempted to have go on in Golden State this year. And he was like, the NBA needs a minor league. And I chuckled like, not the G League? But it goes to, you have said for years that the NBA doesn't utilize the G League properly. And it feels like the G League could potentially be a true development league. It could be what that minor league that Steve Kerr is talking about, but not all franchises use it the same way.
No, I don't think they use it correctly at all. Like I think like people might think I'm totally crazy with this. I think you can take a flyer on 1 or 2 guys that have like high end potential. Let's just like Jaden Hardy, right? The Kings decided to trade that pick last year. And so they lost Jaden Hardy. And he did really well in the G League, was able to come up and be a good player at the NBA level as well. And I don't know how impactful he's going to be long term. We have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's okay to take a flyer on one or two players. And the Kings have done that with guys like DJ Stewart. And like, there's some guys that just have like a really, really crazy amount of potential that just need a whole lot of, maturation, like Jemias Ramsey again. But I think the G League would be better served. And I'll even bring it back to like when Monty was in Houston. I think that they ran their system better than any team that there was out there. So that's the Vipers, right? So they basically looked for undersized big men that could rebound and destroy people. Like basically they were searching for another Chuck Hayes, the Houston Rockets were, and they found it. They found it a couple of times. So you got Tariq Black, you got what's his name, Deshaun Tate. But then the other thing that they did is they looked for very specific 3-and-D players, and they sat there and worked and developed these 3-and-D players. And we can look at Daniel House, you can Isaiah Cannon. Like they just kept looking for these low budget players. Not that these are low budget people or anything, but players that you could get that didn't cost you much.
That's literally low budget. Yeah, that's fine.
That you're developing at the G League level. And the reason why you're doing this is because up with the parent club, you got James Harden, you've got, Clint Capella, you've got Chris Paul, you've got these monster contracts. So why not find the pieces that go around them? And it's the same type of player we're talking about, the Bruce Browns, the Kentavious Caldwell-Popes. Like these might be better versions of these players that I'm talking about, but sort of the same basic idea. And I think a lot of these players, they just get left behind. And so I like what the Kings did with Keon Ellis. And I kind of look at the Keon Ellis, his season in Stockton the right way. Like he was brought in to be a 3-and-D guy. They worked with him. They're developing him. He needs to get stronger. He needs to get bigger. I think he told me he gained 8 pounds during the season, like, which is a good thing. But like, I think you should turn the G League into a true minor league system where you are developing a big man like Neemias Queta that needs work on his body and is a slightly older college player and has potential to be something bigger. But at the same time, you need to get him to a point where he at least can rebound and block shots for you at the NBA level and be something. And I think there are a lot of teams that just miss the boat on the G League. And I wish that there was more ability for players to go back and forth, not just two, but more players to go back and forth.
Does that need to be a shift in the league's mentality, like meaning the NBA's mentality of the G League, or should that be a shift in like the individual franchises shift in the mentality of the G League?
No, I think it should be a shift overall in the league. I think the league should open up where, you can, where number one, the guys get paid a little bit more, so they stay. Mm-hmm. That's always been an issue, and they've worked on that. So even the two ways now are basically half the amount of a rookie scale contract. So a guy like Neemias Queta in his first year made $500,000. That's good money for those guys. But the other guys that are around him, they might make $40,000, and that's not a lot of money for 6 months out of the year for these guys who are traveling and who are asked to, they have to live up to a lifestyle as well, and that's part of it. But I think that it's the two-way thing is great. I love that they can do the two-way thing, but I also think that there should be the ability when you have roster problems for you to go down to your G League club and not just pull your two-way players, pull one or two of the players up, send them back down, have a natural progression where they're going back and forth. I also think some teams are starting to use the injury recovery thing as perfectly with the G League, where if you have a guy who's out for 2 weeks or is out for 2 months and he needs to go down and get 5 games at the G League level to get himself back in shape, he needs those, just the gameplay and the practice. Mm-hmm. It should be used more like that. I mean, how many times have we seen like superstars come through Sacramento playing for the River Cats or for a neighboring team because they're just trying to get their rehab assignments back up. And I think that the NBA should look at those things as mechanisms that could actually help develop a true minor league system. So you're not losing a bunch of talent to Europe. So a bunch of kids who are one and done and think they're going to be NBA stars and never get never make it to the league at all, that they don't just get left out. There's a lot of talent that just gets wasted and gets bad representation. People telling them that, oh, you're going to be this. I swear you'll be in the first round. You'll be in the first round. You got 70 players every year that are promised that don't make it to the first round, and there's only 30 of them that get drafted. In the first round, another 30 that get drafted in the second, and the other 40 that were promised first rounds that don't make it. A lot of those players don't even make it to the second round. And so their basketball careers end, their college careers end. They can't go back to the college game. Like, it's a mess. And so I wish that there was another mechanism in place to fix some of this.
Yeah, it sounds like, when you first brought that up, the first time we talked about the G League in your kind of frustrations with it, I started to think, like, it does kind of feel like I don't understand the purpose of the league. Like, if like every business has a mission statement, right? What is the G League's mission statement? Like, what are they it used to literally be called the developmental league, right? The development league.
Yeah, the D League.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, are you still that? Just because Gatorade bought the letter in it? Like, is it all different now? Because it doesn't feel like that's the case. Like, now when we hear G League, it's like a demotion. Oh, so they got sent to the G League. Like, oh. And it could be like, I'm with you in the sense it could be used as so much more. But hearing Steve Kerr reference a minor league system for the NBA, it was like, oh, yeah, maybe James isn't the only one who thinks they've kind of fallen on their face here with the G League, and they could do so much more with it.
Yeah, and I'm not calling out Sharif Abdul-Rahim. I think he's done a great job of building the league, and even the G League Ignite. I think that's a great concept where you're taking players that, are getting some sort of push from whatever to go and make money when they're younger, when they're 16, 17 years old. I mean, we talk about Scoot. Scoot's going to be the second or third pick in the draft. I don't think there's any way he falls below 3. Maybe like there's some weird way in where one of the twins jumps up and he goes 4, but I don't think so. He's been with the G League team for 2 years. So basically someone took their high school kid and handed him over to another set of adults at like 17 years old and let them like basically make sure he's getting educated, making sure that he's doing his classwork and bring him along. I think that is a good mechanism, because I think there are a lot of people out there that can't wait for their kid to get to the league. Their families are broke. The other alternative is they start taking money from colleges, they start taking money from agents, and they get to the league and they already owe hundreds of thousands of dollars to somebody. Those are things that actually happen in the NBA. And I think the G League is a good way to transfer these players from the high school game to the pro game and teach them and develop them. And you talked about how somebody should have been like having conversations with Brandon Miller, right? About like, how do you act in an interview setting?
Prepare for this?
Yeah. How do you prepare for this? How do you come in and people aren't saying you're out of shape? Because I mean, they do body fat checks. They can tell if you're out of shape. And the G League does that. Every single one of those players, well, there's been 1 or 2 that opt out, that get a big head and their agent starts talking to them and they skipped that portion. But the G League has professional guys who are sitting here and doing they do mock interviews. This is the Ignite. The Ignite has a guy who's doing mock interviews with you, who knows the league, who knows players, who's telling you, no, we're not going to say that. This is why you don't say that. It's like I've hired and fired like 1 million people before I started doing this. Maybe not 1 million, but a couple of hundred. And I talked to my son about like things that you say when you're going in for a job interview and things that you don't say. And people just don't know this stuff. It's like basic stuff. The G League guys are getting that. Some of these college kids get that. Other college kids don't. And so where's the process broken that Brandon Miller doesn't know to come in great shape, to come in and say the right things and not say the wrong things? I mean, there was a player in last year's draft that I heard had talked to like 4 or 5 teams, and most of those teams came away thinking he was racist. And like, how do you come back from that?
Yeah.
And you're like, what do we do here? And like, it's troubling.
Mhm.
But those are situations that happen, and so you got to figure out how to clean it up. And yeah, I think again the G League does a lot of good, but it's not like they're drawing fans.
Mhm.
Like they got to figure out a way to make that a functional.
And I think it could.
I think it could too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Build excitement for it and around it. I mentioned earlier, we were talking about Harrison Barnes earlier, and I stumbled across something before the show started. It was I think it was the Cleveland Plain Dealer. It was definitely a Cleveland Cavaliers writer, and it was kind of a broad discussion about free agents that are out there and names that Cleveland may target, not far off from what we do here on this show pretty regularly. But Harrison's name was mentioned in there, and he was mentioned less as a broad name and more as a little bit of a narrow one, as something that could work in Cleveland right now. And it kind of, maybe for the first time, kind of popped in my head like, wait a minute, what is Harrison's value around the league? Because we always associate him with, every trade deadline, it's the Boston Celtics, despite the fact that I don't think there was ever any validity to that. It's a contending team. It's that guy to get someone over the top. It's always that type of stuff. Obviously, that wasn't a conversation this year, but now with Harrison Barnes being a free agent, is the pool of teams the same? I mean, there's an argument, maybe it's not a fair one, that Cleveland underachieved a little bit, but Cleveland finished in the same exact spot that Sacramento did. Now, in fact, I think they were fourth. Cleveland was fourth over there in the East. They wound up losing their first round series to the New York Knicks. And you look at them and you go, man, it felt like they were in that kind of right knocking on the door of that upper echelon of the East. Maybe they weren't quite where Philadelphia was or Boston or Milwaukee, but like Donovan Mitchell, superstar, good surrounding cat. They're right there. And they're looking for that guy. They're still looking for that guy. And I wonder how many teams out there are looking around thinking Harrison is that guy. And what does that cost?
I think that there are plenty of teams that are going to be very intrigued by Harrison Barnes, especially if, there are a couple of mechanisms still in play. Like the Kings still have his Larry Bird rights. The cap hold thing is like, don't worry about the cap hold thing. The Kings will figure that out. Like he's not getting $27.5 million. And even if the Kings offered him $27.5 million, that doesn't mean he would sign. It doesn't mean that he wouldn't. Chances are he'd run to the bank and sign as quickly as possible. He would love to make that much money.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look around the league, I think Cleveland is a perfect example there. I can tell you that they have the size, the length, and athleticism at the 4 and the 5 that the Kings just don't have. They have a guy like Jaron Allen. They have a guy like Evan Mobley. So these are guys where they can cover a lot of the things that people are still concerned about Harrison Barnes with, like that problem that you have. But what Harrison can provide for them, a 38 to 40% shooter from the 3, a guy who gets to the free throw line, a guy who plays 82 games a year, a guy who can play 30 minutes a game, a guy who helps tighten up your locker room, who teaches young players how to be a pro. Like there's a lot you could get out of Harrison Barnes if you're a team like Cleveland. Now, whether Harrison wants to move his family to Cleveland is a whole nother question. And I think that's going to be a question that we look at a bunch of areas, like where would Harrison want to go? He's been in the league 11 years. I think in most settings, Harrison Barnes is like a mid-level exception player, $11.8 million. And that opens up like almost every team in the league that's a non-taxpayer team. And so you could see Harrison kind of picking and choosing where he'd want to go. But I think the Kings still have the ability to use him as a sign and trade player. If there's a team that wants to sign him for like a 3-year, $45 million deal, the Kings can facilitate that. The Kings could also say like, look, he's still super valuable to us. He's still a player that we like, and we're going to hold on to him. And that's a situation where, fans are going to have to understand that there is certain value to Harrison Barnes, whether he's starting or coming off the bench, whatever it might be. Like he does have a role with this team moving forward if that's what they choose. And so I still think he's anywhere between right around 12 million to right around $15-16 million a year player. I think he's a very, very solid individual, and you know what you're getting. I just think that his role in Sacramento is very specific, and you could look very different. He could look very different on a different team with different 4s and 5s, different 2s next to him. These other positions that, just look different than the Kings.
Different, like better? Different, like worse?
Well, no, because I mean, I'm taking Domantas Sabonis over Jared Allen any day of the week. I think Domantas Sabonis is a better player, but for Harrison Barnes, Jared Allen might be a better fit. And so those are situations where I think Harrison can still, would make a lot of sense. He'd still make plenty of sense.
Is that because of where they can shoot on the floor?
Yeah, it's where they can shoot. It's their ability to block shots, their ability to cover space.
True rim
better.
protector. Sure.
Yeah, rim protectors. I mean, would Harrison Barnes look good in a Philadelphia 76ers uniform? Sure, he would. Like, he would be probably their starting 3, especially if they lose a guy like James Harden, where you got other players around you that are just different and them might be better fit for what you do.
I believe James Harden's already signed his Houston Rockets contract. He just post-dated it July 6th or 7th or whatever
He's
day it
sitting
is.
Somewhere at a strip club somewhere.
What a circus, man. I can't believe Houston's all in on that again. And I can't wait to see what the numbers are.
Yeah. People asking would Harrison Barnes come off the bench? In the right situation, Harrison Barnes would come off the bench. Harrison Barnes is a team player. He knows exactly what it is that he, who he is and where he's at this point in his career in the league. If the Kings were going to pay him,
it's fair to ask why, though. Like, if I'm Harrison Barnes, you want me to come off the bench? Okay, why?
Yeah.
Like, okay, like I'm listening, but for who?
Well,
like you better to that type of thing just to do it. Like, you have to have you better have a plan in place that you get Harrison Barnes. Okay, I got you. I see what we're doing here.
And Harrison Barnes at like a 3-year, $42 million deal at $14 million a year. That's still, for the Kings, that should be really attractive. I think if anything, Harrison might have lost a couple of $1 million off of his contract by his how the playoffs played out.
I get, okay. So the conversation with you and Kyle started about the shot, but I agree with the sentiment that you just said. That was a tough 7 games. If I remember correctly, he played pretty well in the first one. I feel like he had 17 maybe in the first one, but yeah, not a good series for HB.
Well, my point isn't that Harrison Barnes blew the series or anything else. My point is that if he hits that shot, I think everyone in Sacramento right now today is thinking something totally different about Harrison Barnes than they are.
Even if all the other games play the same way, but that shot goes in.
I don't think the other games go the same way. Okay. And you go up 3-1. Now you're looking at a closeout game at home in game 5. Mm-hmm. Like, you got him on the ropes. And I don't think that we come to a point where Harrison Barnes plays 14 minutes a night.
And that's a redemption moment for him too. Cause it is.
And then what happens if he hits that shot and you win the series, and then again, you get to the second round, it's a different matchup, and maybe Harrison looks different. Maybe he looks better. Maybe there's certain things that work with him in the second round that didn't work in the first round against, different matchups. Mm-hmm. And so, like, basketball is so situational.
It definitely would have been such a different match, such a completely different matchup for the Sacramento Kings from the first round series to the Golden State Warriors to the would have been second round series against the Los Angeles Lakers. James, appreciate you so much for hanging in all 4 hours. Appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or ESPN 1320 AM, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back, and then we'll head out to Boston. Game number 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Miami Heat and the Boston Celtics on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. In my head, I heard "Go Kings."
No,
I didn't even know. I was just like, wait, something's missing. Missing. Oh man, appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
4 hours in the books.
Yeah, like, read my piece on Harrison, because I relay it to.
Yeah, I have it pulled up
to
here.
Eminem.
I saw that. I read a little bit right before the show started.
Yeah, it's just this moment that's missed, and if he doesn't have, if the moment is different, like, I think he's considered something totally different. right now, today, and people are clamoring like, oh my gosh, how much is Harrison Barnes going to cost us? Is it a 3-year 48? Is it 3-year 52? Like, how much is it going to cost to keep this guy? He's so amazing. And I just think that the way that the season ended has maybe changed the perspective and like what people think. And mix that with
post-mortem stuff.
The fact that Monty McNair and the Houston Rockets had a policy of never overpaying your own free agents. Evaluate your players just like any other team would and never overpay your own free agents. Like, they're not going to go bonkers to keep Harrison Barnes. But that doesn't mean that if Cleveland's interested.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have to. I just think I think you made a great point a second ago. It's going to come down to what Harrison wants to do. Does Harrison want to move to Cleveland or?
Yeah, like,
you know,
I think it
wherever.
really does. Like, where do you want to go? Like, how do you want to continue your career? So he's a good dude, a great teammate. People love him, but that doesn't mean that the Kings can't get better by bringing in Sasha and then bringing in like another small forward that plays high end defense. Like, would the Kings be better with a combination of Sasha Vezenkov and Matisse Thybulle than they would with Harrison Barnes? And that's like one of those questions that you have to ask, or a guy like Dorian Finney-Smith, or, you know, like, even if you're losing 6 points a game going to, or 5 points a game going to Dorian Finney-Smith over Harrison Barnes, number one, can you gain that with Sasha? And number two, are you saving more than 5 points per game between the combo of them defensively? Like, it's just different. Like, I think there's a lot of ways to mix this thing up and keep it going.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to shut down so we can turn the studio over. Have a great weekend again. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up, please. Go Celtics, indeed. And we'll see you guys here Monday.
Adios, friendos.